schmutziger Schweiß, Bewegungen der Seelen. Hier spielen sie kraftvolle Musik. Warum nicht tanzen kommen? Es ist ganz natürlich. Komm, tanzen, komm, tanzen, komm, tanzen, komm, tanzen.
Vergessen Zeit und Ort. to no fool. Time to get under the spotlight. Time to ignore every rule. Then it came from above. A night of love. It was a night of love. Then it came from above. A night of love. It was a night of love. I had a wild fever, head in my hands. I was a born believer, head full of plans. Tell you, still I wanna tell you. Faith is my weapon, love is my shield. Had nothing to lose, so much to reveal. Tell you, still I wanna tell you. It was a night of love. We were there in the good times. We walked on to the back. We still shone when the lights went out. You now, still I wanna tell you now. I had a wild fever, head in my hands. I was a born believer, head full of plans. Tell you, still I wanna tell you. Faith is my weapon, love is my shield. Have nothing to lose, so much to reveal. Wild fever, I'm still a born believer. It was a night of love. Tell you now, still I wanna tell you now. Tell you now, given from above. Tell you now, still I wanna tell you now. Tell you now, given from above. It was an act of love. Faith is my weapon, love is my shield. Got nothing to lose, so much to reveal. It was a night of love. Faith is my weapon, love is my shield. Got nothing to lose, so much to reveal. It was a night of love.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, Dune Analytics.
Yippee. Good. Okay.
Hey, we're Dune Analytics.
Boom.
Dune Analytics.
We are very cool and Dune Analytics.
Hey, we're the founders of Dune Analytics from Oslo, Norway. My name is Mats and I'm the CTO of Dune. I bring broad technical experience in engineering and analytics. Hey.
Lately, I've been obsessed with the cryptocurrencies, and recently I've been heading blockchain at Schibsted Media Group. Schibsted... Oh, fuck me.
Let's start from it. Hei. Skal vi bare kjøre til samme video, eller?
Ja.
Hey, we're the founders of Dune Analytics from Oslo, Norway.
Welcome everyone to the first ever DuneCon. I am Fredrik, the CEO and co-founder of Dune, and I'm going to kick this day off by telling you a little bit about why the data must flow. And we're gathered here in Berlin, and Berlin and crypto has a rich history together. For instance, the Ethereum protocol was launched out of Berlin a little over 7 years ago, July 2015. And as you know, this is not just any other day for the Ethereum protocol, and we're here together in Berlin. So you probably know this already, but you could also check on Dune. Have we merged? Yes, we have merged. So congratulations, everyone. The world's biggest smart contract blockchain is now secured by proof of stake. What a massive, massive milestone for this space, for Ethereum, and for anyone working in crypto. And I couldn't be more excited to spend this day together with you in Berlin to celebrate. So, not only is Berlin an important city for crypto, it's an important city for Dune. And as you embarrassingly saw on this video, me and this other guy, Mats, started this company called Dune almost exactly 4 years ago out of Oslo, Norway. And we tried to get into a few accelerators, didn't really work out, but we also quickly figured that we basically have no potential customers up in our little country of Norway. So about 1 week in, we realized like we need to do something, go somewhere to find the right people. And we realized there was a hackathon in Berlin called Eat Berlin that we figured this is where all the exciting folks are. We need to get there. It was sold out, but we applied some hustle. We had $3,000 in the company, which is the minimum amount you need to start a company in Norway. And we spent about 1,000 of it to go and get last-minute tickets on a plane to Berlin and hit Eat Berlin. That was 2 weeks into our history, and that was the start of a fruitful relationship between Dune and the city of Berlin. And therefore, it makes a lot of sense for us to bring all of you, the Dune community, to Berlin today. So, welcome to Berlin, everybody. We can't wait for all of you to meet each other, hang out, have a good time, celebrate the merge, talk about data. We have a fantastic program filled with plenty of wizards, and most of the time today is going to be on the stage for wizards. But before we get into that, I wanted to talk a little bit about why are we even here? Why bother to get into this room, to be together, and to talk about all of this data? So if we zoom out and we ask, how does the world progress? How does things become better for people? Why is it probably better to be living today than 50 years ago or 100 years ago? This is something economists have studied a lot, and it's a bit of a tricky question. But we do know that people tend to move to countries where there's more economic growth, and higher GDP. So that's, in some shape or form, a measure of something people want. So how does that come about? Well, there's this equation that economists are working on, and it basically says something like, you take some labor, you take some capital, then there's this magical other component, and then you get this beautiful thing that is economic growth. This is called the Solow residual by legendary economist Robert Solow, who has been doing a lot of research on economic growth. But another way to think about that is simply innovation. Innovation is this magical component of the economic growth equation that somehow happens and really transforms the world. And while the economists can't really put numbers on it or quantify it, we have some ideas. So there's an amazing book called How Innovation Works by Matt Ridley, where he studies this deeply. Under what assumptions and under what circumstances does innovation thrive? And basically what he finds is that innovation must have a dynamic and open economy in which new companies, upstarts, and outsiders can challenge the status quo. That is how you get innovation, to have those aspects. And so let's think a little bit about our financial system, the traditional financial system, aka TradFi. So think about our friend Harold here, who's a programmer and has a fantastic idea on how to improve finance. It's actually a pretty simple idea, and it only takes a couple of hundred lines of code. So it's done in no time. However, since he's building in TradFi, he needs to ask for permission. And so he has to put on his suit, his tie, and go to the bank, to the regulators, to these seemingly friendly folks here, and try to get access. This is a closed system. It is by default not possible to get in. And you have to fight for your right to be part of it, whether that's as building or a user. And so there's a lot of friction. There's a lot of yeses you need to get to do anything at all. And there's a lot of incentives to give no's. And there's a lot of power for the people that say no. So this makes this very, very hard. Furthermore, it's a very, very slow system. It's based on decades-old technology. And if you just think about, banks like to think of themselves as technology companies, but no other technology product has a user experience where you click a button, and what happens is it says, oh, sorry, it's Christmas, so this is going to take you 2 days. That's not how technology works, but that's how bank works. And so this is an extremely slow system full of friction. And furthermore, it's local. So everything you do is within a local area. You have a group by country, which is kind of weird in these modern times when we can actually interact, do these events easily, organized across the world, but financially, everything is local. So all this means that essentially the way traditional finance sort of looks at this definition of innovation is something like this. You're left out of the room if you really want to, have a dynamic and open economy, you want to challenge the status quo, have new upstarts. That is absolutely not the case in this world. And furthermore, if we think about the evolution of different technologies, so let's say communication, and you think about over time what has happened, and on the y-axis what value has been created. Way back, hundreds of years ago, you would send letters. You would write on a piece of paper, put it in a mail, someone will physically move it to another location where someone else can look at it. That's how we did it for a long time, relatively inefficient. Then someone came along and created a fax machine, which means your letter can magically appear at the receiver's end, which is obviously quite a bit better. And then we got email, which was even more efficient and even more convenient. It's basically the same format as the letter, but it goes way faster and it's way easier to use. But what really, really changed the game up for communication was this thing called the internet, where anyone can program and move information around in a flexible, open way. And if we go back to the world of finance and we think about what has the world of finance brought us, well, same diagram, and we say, okay, how did you do money before? Well, you went into the bank. You physically stepped up to the bank and put some money in. You could send it, you could save it, these things. Very, very cumbersome. And then eventually we got the internet and these things, and you could eventually do banking online. So you can go in your browser on your desktop and you can send money and these things. And then a little bit further down the line, we also got mobile banking. So you could send money around from your phone. And at best, I would say this is comparable to email. There are still a lot of frictions in this system. But at best, we've gotten what we had all the way back, just in a bit more convenience, a bit quicker, and a bit more accessible. And the reason why we're all here is because we now have this beautiful new thing, which is blockchains, which represent the internet of finance and allow anyone to build in a global infrastructure and move value, trust around the world. This is a massive paradigm shift and incredibly, incredibly exciting. So in that world, we all know it's important. What about data? What is data up in all of this? And let's talk about that. So we do know that data is important. You hear these things like data is the new oil, all of these different metrics on like how X data was created recently versus like ever back in history, and this is what it's all about. And that is true. It is really, really valuable and really important, but it's also inherently siloed and closed. So all data is essentially created on private servers, within private companies, within teams. And if you think about it, there's a lot of data, as we hear about all the time, but a lot of that data is just consumed by a very, very limited amount of people inside closed-wall organizations. And that inevitably means that knowledge is contained and limited, because data is only valuable if you can turn it into knowledge. And so all of this data is out there, but there's only a small amount of people that can actually reap the benefits of this data. So if we then turn around to our world of blockchains, what is a blockchain? Well, a blockchain is essentially a shared public backend that just lives out there, a virtual computer that anyone can build on. So our good friend Harold can simply show up and deploy some code to it, which is obviously a very powerful and beautiful thing. But there's also this aspect that anyone can analyze it, which is a massive paradigm shift. So you can not only build, but you can also look into and make sense of all of this data. And that's why we're saying that the revolution will not be reported quarterly. And historically, if you think about just the operational metrics of any business or company, most of it is private. So most of it, no one can see at all, because most companies are private. There are select few processes or companies that go to this very hard process of becoming a public company. It's getting increasingly hard to do it, but some end up doing it. And then their information is public, but it is left in a PDF file shared once a quarter. So it's highly abstracted. It's very rare that you actually get to look at it. And then, of course, we have this world of crypto, where we have real-time open data. And what does that mean in practice? So say you, for whatever reason, are interested in the data from a bank. So say you, for instance, is this guy named Jamie Dimon. And you might be interested in, since you're the CEO of JP Morgan, you might be interested in, well, how's this bank doing? You know, what risks exist in our system? What exposures do we have? What revenues do we have? What costs do we have? And of course, I don't know this because this is not public, but like he's probably looking at some kind of dashboard, some kind of streamlined piece of information that comes to him to answer these questions. And so he's somewhat well-informed. But I would actually argue, like, there are other types of bank, like MakerDAO. And I would argue that this guy, Anon Crypto Pepe, on the interwebs, has probably better access to information about this system that he's interested in than this guy, Jamie. Because he can go and look real time into whatever happens in the Maker system. He can look at the balance sheet, he can look at the assets, the exposures, everything that's moving. He can write a few lines of SQL, and he can see all of this in real time. And he can work together with everybody else in the world to look at this. So this is quite powerful, and this is how the world works today. Pepe here represents anyone with an internet connection. Jamie Dimon represents only himself. So let's also think about startup world. So say, you have a Web2 Harold. He wants to do a startup. He has a brilliant idea for a new product he wants to build. So he goes ahead, writes some code, gets himself a T-shirt, a cup with his face on, and creates a wonderful new startup. And initially, it's like working kind of well. The metrics are a little bit up, and it's exciting. But unfortunately, eventually, it falls off a cliff. It turns out that the demand wasn't really there. People didn't really want this. And he has to shut down the company. And become sad. But what is actually the case is that maybe 100 people, 100 Harolds, did this before him. A year ago, someone tried the exact same thing, and that company died for the exact same reason. And he simply couldn't know. That knowledge is lost in time. And this happens all the time. People start companies that, there's actually knowledge out there about why this didn't work. But people do this over and over. It's an enormous waste of human resourcefulness. But then contrast that with Web3 Harold, on the other hand, that has this open blockchain he can work on. He can also see all the products that were ever built. He can see the smart contracts, he can see the code, but he can also see the data. He can see how those products turn into traction or not. And he can analyze all that way back. He can consider a new segment he wants to enter into, and he can look at the competition. He can look at the products, he can look at the competition that he will face, and what the traction is today. And this is, of course, a huge deal. It really makes a difference if you want to start a company. And so in the traditional startup world, there's a lot of talk about product feedback loops. You need to build something, you need to learn, you get some data, and then you can iterate. This is what it's all about, how to get the startup off the ground. But crucially, these feedback loops are private. Like this, only for like a few select engineers and product managers and whoever does this can see this and learn this. While in crypto, we essentially have an industry-wide feedback loop, which is fantastic. Anyone can learn all the things that anyone ever learned, and you can go as deep as you want. You can write open SQL on any data and figure out what happened previously. And so if you go back to how innovation works, innovation must have a dynamic and open economy. And basically, open data makes blockchains the most dynamic and open economy of anything we've ever seen before. So that also goes for investing. It means you can build way, way more efficiently. But you can also invest way more efficiently because you know what the traction is, what this looks like. You can have so much more knowledge about what's been going on. And that makes all of this move way, way faster. You have this industry-wide feedback loop. And what we're trying to do at Dune is to speed up the evolution of the revolution, meaning making all of this data accessible, making all of this a practical reality for anyone with an internet connection, and unleash and compound the knowledge that exists in the world, in this room, but all over, to let people learn and build and understand and push this industry forward to enable innovation. But crucially, Dune is not only the team building this tool. Dune is a data tool and a community. That's how I think about it. These are crucially important to function together, and they rely on each other. And us folks working on the Dune tool, all we care about is you guys that use this tool. And we want to empower you, enable you, give you clout, give you a career, get you paid, all the things you deserve, and enable you as much as we can. That's all we think about. And this is hugely important for us. And we really think that we're achieving this mission together, not us as the builder of the tool. And that is why we're so incredibly excited for today, that we, for the first time, can get all of you together to hang out. And I want to say a little bit about the Dune culture and the wizard culture specifically, because I think this is a very rare thing, and one of the things I'm most proud of with Dune is the culture in the Dune community. So, for one, there's a lot of focus on learning. And people, I check our Discord every day, and every day I see people coming in, trying to learn something new, trying to build a query. Many, many people in the Dune community, even on top of the leaderboard, including me, are not programmers by education, but have learned SQL within 4 Dune. And really has rolled up their sleeves and tried to figure this thing out. Fork some queries, play around, you learn a bit. And this is hard work, but you're doing it. And not just like popping by, trying to make a quick buck and then fucking off. You're staying, right? And furthermore, you're paying it forward. When you've learned something, people help each other out, which is also a fantastically beautiful thing. People have a spirit where they show each other how to do it. When you've learned something, you pass it on and let the next person become better, which is fantastic. And furthermore, obviously, throughout this year, the crypto space has, fallen a little bit. Prices are way, way down. But nevertheless, wizard activity stays strong, which is also incredibly impressive in a space where a lot of things come and go very quickly. Wizards stick around and build together. This is all something I'm incredibly proud of. So, we usually do all of this on the interwebs. And, we have fun. We're in Discord, Telegram, Twitter, all of these places on the interwebs. But as you hopefully know, real life hits a little differently. So today, it's incredibly exciting to be able to put some faces to the avatars and actually hang out with people in real life, have a coffee, have a beer, hang out, chat. This is very important, and this is why this day matters so, so much. So, but before we get to all the wizards, I've essentially now told you why the data must flow. And before we go on, we want to talk a little bit about how the data will flow. And as you saw in the video in the beginning, it was a little hard for us to get money in the beginning, so we ended up being just me and the other guy in the video for about 2 or so years. And eventually, people started getting a little bit impressed that, like, oh, this thing is actually kind of working and making sense. And when they learned then that we're only 2 people working on it, they got a little bit mind blown. We're like, oh, okay, wow. But they got even more mind blown when they heard that I'm just a dumb economist, while this other guy is the only engineer in this company. And basically, what happened in the early days of Dune was that this guy built things, he built features, he built data sets all across the board, did customer support. And what I kept thinking was, I saw this work, we got a new feature, something, And I was thinking, boy, this is a wizard. This is a true wizard here. And essentially, that's the seed of the phrase wizard. And I will now hand it over to the OG wizard, my co-founder and Dune CTO, Mats.
Nice, dra off. All right, thank you so much, Fredrik. I can assure you all that you in this room, you write much better SQL than I do. So I'm nowhere near. Also, wow, it's pretty amazing to be in this room with all of you. Yeah, truly hard to understand, really. Today is all about community. Today is about forming connections, meeting people. Fredrik talked about putting faces to avatars, and that's what it's all about. But I have one request, and that is, as the Dune CTO, I lead about 30 engineers and product managers in Dune, and they would love to talk to you. If there's one thing that we take away from this event, I hope it's conversations between the wizards here and Dune. We'd love to hear from you, how you use Dune, what you want from Dune, and yeah, what you want us to build. So, we're talking about making crypto data accessible, and I'm here to talk about how we do that, or how we plan to do that, where we're headed. What does it take to get there? And what does it look like? I think it looks like this. This is where we're going. This is sort of the image we should have in the back of our minds when we think about making crypto data accessible. And yeah, I guess what the planet looks like when Dune releases something. Yeah, but first, let's talk about community, because it's so important. So when Dune started, I dare to say that community, the crypto community, the Dune community, it largely consisted of individuals and very small teams. There weren't a lot of money in Ethereum in 2018. There were in 2017, but not in 2018. So teams were pretty small, scrappy. And now it's quite different. How many billions have been invested into crypto? How many seed rounds, Series A's, Series B's? I don't know. How many products have shipped? A lot. How many L1s launched last year? A lot. And how many people have found jobs in the industry? It's thousands of people. So I dare to say that today, the crypto community, the Dune community, the wizard community, is a community of individuals, but also organizations of all shapes and sizes. It's researchers here, there are journalists, there are product teams, engineering teams, entire companies, DAOs for this, DAOs for your grandma, DAOs for that, everything. And when I think about community, I think about collaboration. That's really what makes a community. You can't have a community if you don't collaborate. And on Dune, we collaborate every day. We all build on each other's work. Every time we write a query, every time we fork a query, every time we help someone in Discord, we pay it forward. And I think we really, together, advance sort of the knowledge about crypto and the industry that we're in. So I'm very pleased to say that Dune is going to become a lot more collaborative. And it all starts with Dune for Teams. So we're building a seamless way to collaborate with groups of any size on Dune. That means a shared workspace, team profiles, and leaderboards. It means that you can collaborate with different groups on different types of content, on queries and dashboards. You can be a part of as many teams as you like. A team can be a DAO. A team can be a company. It can be a group of just people. It can be a group of people with the wrong ideas about SQL formatting. But most importantly, it allows you to build together. That's the key part. And this is just the start. We're going to invest a lot in collaboration. So Fredrik talked a lot about why crypto data is important, why it's interesting, and let's talk a little bit more about that. So Dune exposes about 500 gigabytes of Solana data every day. That's about 182 terabytes a year. The hypothetical sort of throughput of Solana is much bigger than that. And if you contrast that to Ethereum, it takes Solana just 20 days to produce data equivalent to the entire lifespan of Ethereum. And yeah, that's just mind-blowing. And really a different reality from when we started Dune, where I wrote some software that put data in a SQL in a Postgres database. Right? It's quite different. I think it's really the future of crypto is that. It's a lot more data. Today, Ethereum moved to proof of stake. I think we can do another round of applause for that. This is a monumental achievement that inevitably, ultimately, eventually will lead to a lot more data. Crypto, I think today, already, is the largest open data sets on the planet today. And how much usage does crypto really have? I think a fraction of what we aspire to, right? A fraction of the throughput of L1s, L2 scaling solutions combined. So if crypto does make it to its potential, there's going to be a lot of data for you to crunch, I think. And Dune will house the largest and richest open data set on the planet. That's what we're planning for. That's what we're building for. So yeah, we at Dune really have to internalize the future, really. One thing is the state of Ethereum today, the state of Solana today, the state of all the other L1s out there. The other thing is what happens when there are hundreds of millions of people using crypto. That's when it's get exciting. So we have to build accordingly. We have to build for that future. Already today, Dune runs 10 million SQL queries a month. That's the beginning. I think also when there's a lot more usage, obviously there's going to be a lot more of you crunching this data. And it's pretty mind-blowing scale already. It's going to get a lot bigger. I think about this a lot. And it has a lot of implications for how we design and build software at Dune. And it has led us to this thing that we call the Dune engine. So today, if you query on Dune, about 30% of the new queries that you make use our beta version of the Dune engine. It is the first prototype of an entirely new serverless SQL engine that allows you to query much bigger data set much faster. It's a custom-built data platform for the future. It's a query engine that's serverless and tailored to Dune's massive data set that's only growing. And it's basically infinitely scalable. As a user on Dune, you've never had to worry about spinning up a server. Think about CPUs or RAM. It's the experience that I think Dune pioneered, and it's evolving. I think if there's one request in this room, it's the ability to get more performance out of Dune. And that's coming. So one of the key features of the Dune engine is that we can essentially spin up a lot of different infrastructure to different users. The Dune engine is very flexible. And users on elite plans, which cost 1,337, by the way, will be released a little bit later, have access to infrastructure that's a lot more powerful than the community tier. The community tier will always be free. It will always offer an amazing experience, an amazing level of performance. But we know that there are people in this room that aspire to more and want their queries to run in 1 second instead of 10, and 10 seconds instead of 100. And we're building that. So starting in November, you will be able to get more performance out of Dune. And in addition to sort of the serverless experience of the normal tiers on Dune, enterprise customers can have dedicated infrastructure. I think that's going to be huge. Let's go back to community. Community produces a lot of dashboards, a lot of queries, a lot of content. A lot of people in this room has gone viral with dashboards. A lot of people in this room have raised seed rounds on dashboards. Produce a lot of amazing stuff. But you also, we don't talk about it a lot, but you also produce a lot of data. And you produce data in interesting ways. So I think the most interesting way is that when you create a query, well, the output of that is indeed data. So the Dune engine will allow you to query the results of any query. Effectively meaning that you can build on top of the work of your friends, on top of your own work. You can, instead of having to change every query on a dashboard, you can change one and build on top of that. Eliminates duplication. And in effect, it sort of lets you build pipelines. If you couple that with something that's also coming, scheduled executions, I think there's really no limit what you can build with this. Another key way that you in this room build data is this thing that we call Spellbook. Spellbook is in a very boring way, it's a GitHub repository. But on the other hand, it's a way to contribute to community-made, standardized abstractions. We've completely redesigned this. The team has worked on building an entirely new experience based on the industry-leading ELT framework called DBT. And it allows you to develop, test, and document changes and contributions to standardized and leading data sets like DEX trades, NFT trades. It allows you to define your own tables, views, functions, and it has a revolutionary new workflow that lets you test these against live Dune data through GitHub Actions. Megan from the Dune team is giving a workshop after, and I would wholeheartedly recommend you to see that and play around with it, because it's truly unique. The other way that you can produce data on Dune today is community data sets. Dune is opening up a lot, and we've found that for the Dune team to be the only ones producing data onto the platform has been very limiting. And earlier this year, we released our first streaming community data set that was integrated by Flashbots. A team in the Dune community that, without much help from Dune, added their data sets to Dune. Data that you can only find on Dune, really. And that is the future of the Dune platform. A lot more data brought to the platform by you. So if you're interested in integrating sort of your data sets, you can reach out to a team member here today. We're building this as we speak. So what do you think? Are we getting closer to this stuff here? Hopefully. I think we're getting closer. I think there's, maybe there's something missing. Maybe not living up to the hype, maybe something. There's one thing missing. And it's the thing that led to all of this. Ever since we built the first version of Dune, this is the first question on your minds. Probably each and every one of you in this room has probably DM'd Fredrik about this sometime, or Boxer. It's been the thing that's kept me up at night. It's been very difficult to not have an API. It's also been very difficult to build. You saw some numbers on the scale. And ever since Dune got a tiny amount of traction, it's been in our future. You know that movie Dune? There's this guy called Atreides. He wakes up at night constantly and he sees his future. I've been like that. My dreams have been about the API. So what is the Dune API? Well, it's that little button up there. There's this small button for the Dune front-end engineers. It's a large step for the community. So the Dune API allows you to turn any query on Dune into an API endpoint. Your own query, or any of the hundreds of thousands of community-made queries on Dune. There's many ways to think about this, but the way I think about it, my favorite way to think about it is that together in this room, we're building a living, breathing, always improving API that we can all build on. And yeah, just a little bit of a shout out. There will be a couple of workshops after where you can see how some community members already are using the Dune API. You can build anything with Dune data. You can build a learning. You can build monitoring, you can build bots, you can build oracles, you name it. I think there's really no limit. You can build to your heart's content. It's a phrase I like. And it opens up an entirely new world of development on top of Dune. It really blurs the lines between wizards and developers.
Developers, 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 developers!
Developers, 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 developers! Developers, 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 developers!
Ah!
Woo! Some big energy here. So we're incredibly pleased to say the Dune API is here today. Woo! Throughout DuneCon East Berlin, you can email api@dune.com to get keys. It will be a self-serve experience starting in November. You can start building, you can start hacking today. And we can't wait to see what you build together. Thank you. Please
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? No? OK. A little bit better. Great, great. Well, a big round of applause for Fredrik and Mats for, yep. So I'm Alex. I'm a growth manager here at Dune. You'll probably hear from me intermittently through the rest of the day, as I'm going to be the MC. We heard a lot of great things from our two founders, but we want to hear even more from our community members. And there's no better way to start than from someone who's probably #1 on the Dune leaderboard, below Fredrik, just right below. Maybe the flippening might happen as he speaks. So we have Richard Chen, general partner at One Confirmation, who's going to speak about how a VC uses Dune data to do great things. So give a great round of applause to Richard Chen.
Oh, cool. Hey guys, I'm Richard. I'm a GP at One Confirmation, and that's actually not going to be quite the title of my talk because I made this the slides very last minute and finally figured out what I was going to talk about. So this is my agenda. So first, I'll talk about kind of looking at historical projects that are successful and what are common character traits of looking at their Dune data, what are patterns that you see of successful projects. Then I'll talk about common pitfalls and kind of what are things to watch out and think about when you look at Dune data and context to think about. Then I'll give a couple of hot takes and then looking at Dune data, and then I'll leave it to Q&A. So first, how to read Dune graphs. So this is the general trend I see of projects, successful projects, if you look at the Dune data, is first, they start out as really exponential growth, like 50% month over month, but like the y-axis is still very tiny, which is why like people on crypto Twitter and like others just kind of write off this space or this project because it's just kind of like rounding error and like pennies for them. Then there's usually some catalyst that causes that space in crypto to like go like exponential and like vertical, and the graph just goes crazy. And then like after the speculative frenzy, you get a retracement from all-time high back to like a new bottom, but the new bottom is higher than where it started out from. And eventually you have like multiple of these like boom bust cycles, and each floor is like higher than the previous floor. So, and I guess at One Confirmation, we invest in seed stage. So the one caveat is a lot of the stuff that I look at is still pre-product. So this only really applies to products that are live and have some traction that you can look at their Dune stuff. First good example I always like to use is Super Rare. So Super Rare actually started in April 2018, and this was back when the NFT space was like super tiny, and most people wrote it off. But actually, if you look at their data, like it was, even though the y-axis was super tiny, it was still growing about 50% month over month. And as you can see, like throughout 2020, like they were still doing less than 1 million in monthly volume. But because of like the active growth in like volume and usage across like all their KPIs, we noticed this trend and like decided to like pull the trigger on investing. And like plus they had a really robust community that was growing. And then came like kind of the NFT boom. This really peaked in March 2021. This is when Beeple did that big sale with Christie's, and NFTs were getting a lot of mainstream press attention, and like Super Rare as well, like all the other art marketplaces and OpenSea all really benefited from this, and like volumes really like took off. And like in that month, I think it went over like 40 million in that month. And so you had like the first boom bust cycle, and then you had like another one like late 2021, and then things like kind of retraced back. But if you see like the black line on the bottom graph, like the bottom that we are right now is still way higher than where Super Rare was like end of 2020. So like overall, like the state of the crypto art market is like much more robust than it was when Super Rare started. So this is Super Rare. OpenSea is another example. Where it was still like kind of largely under the radar as people were focused on DeFi summer, yield farming, but there was a community of people like trading and like flipping NFTs, and they had like the first bump beginning of 2021 along with like the art market, which really catalyzed the NFT space. And then around August 2021, that was when the loot mania happened, and like that was a kind of peak. Like PFP flipping, and that's where OpenSea had like record high volume. And obviously, they can't keep that speculative frenzy like forever. So things have retraced back since. But while everyone says that like OpenSea volume is like down 80-90% from all-time high, it's still like higher than it was before the big NFT boom. And like even like it's even higher than like the first NFT boom, because there was like one in beginning of 21, and there's one like around Q3 of 21. So like OpenSea is like still in a good position, even though like volume's down from all-time high. And the last graph I want to show is Nexus Mutual. So this is a graph of their active covers, which is like total amount of value being insured in DeFi and like custodian centralized exchanges. So it was had like a kind of slow and steady upward growth, and things really started to pick up as DeFi summer yield farming took off around June, July 2020. And Nexus I see as like kind of an index bet on DeFi. As TVL grows in DeFi, as the surface area of hacks grows, Nexus is like really well positioned to capture that. And it was like until like February 2021 that like the graph just went vertical, and like they reached all-time highs like for active covers. And then obviously things have come back down, but today they're still at around 200 million in active covers. Most of their purchasers are like family offices, institutions. I'd say like probably 90% of the users are such. And like that can make $20 million cover buys all at once. And as a result, like the floor of like how much active covers there are is still much higher than it was when DeFi summer kicked off, when it was still largely like a retail degen phenomenon. And like now we have gradually have more institutional adoption of DeFi, like people earning yield, like family offices, fund of funds earning yield. That's where Nexus is in a better spot than it was when DeFi summer started. So like I guess these three examples are good. Kind of shows the trends I see of like successful projects and like looking at their Dune data. I do want to talk a bit about kind of common pitfalls or like warnings that I see when looking at Dune charts and like misconceptions when people share them on Twitter. So I guess unlike Web 2, Web 3 has like these three features: Ponzi tokenomics, yield farming, and a lot of drama that's always on crypto Twitter. And I think what's different about Web3 especially is there's a lot of, with tokens and like money involved, it's very easy to pay people to use your product. And I think people conflate that as like, just because you're paying people to use your product doesn't mean that you actually have product market fit. And like that's really easy to do in Web3 versus Web2, where like if you're a food delivery company, maybe you can have like discount codes and like promo codes, but that's not quite the same as like paying people like in yield farming to use their product. So that really muddles the data when you look at Dune stuff. So you just always have to kind of keep that context in mind when you're looking at Dune graph and it's going like kind of rocket ship up and to the right. You have to make sure, okay, this is actually real usage, not just like inorganic usage from the project paying for their usage. So I'll give a few examples. So starting with Ponzi tokenomics, that's, I guess, hot take. That's generally how I feel about play to earn in general. It's kind of like a Herbalife-esque business model, but like applying it to Web3. And like a lot of that's already been written in like long tweet threads and like Substack Medium articles about Axie and like other play to earn games. So like, I won't really get into details there, but I guess like the one lesson to learn from this is reflexivity works in both directions, and like that's what you have to remember when you're looking at a Ponzi graph. Is you might just be looking at like one half of the graph when everything's like going up and to the right, but then you have to remember like the circular tokenomics can also spin the other way, and that's when things like really start cratering down. So when reflexivity was going up, when like things were all like rosy with like play to earn, you get a lot of hot takes on Twitter saying that like look, the PEs or like the fundamentals is so undervalued, things like that. And like I remember when like Axie was even had like better fundamentals than Ethereum L1 and like OpenSea. But you have to ask yourself like, how sustainable is this? How much of this is just being propped up by tokenomics versus like real usage of the product? And we saw this like later, a few months later, when like reflexivity started spiraling the other way down. And now Axie is doing about 11K in like monthly revenue. I think a big difference between like Ponzi graphs and like the graphs I showed earlier with like OpenSea, Super, and Nexus is when it kind of bottoms out, like Ponzi graphs kind of asymptote to zero and like never recover. Whereas like projects that have real usage have like sort of like a hard floor where like the floor is higher than like the previous all-time high, and then it's kind of waiting for another macro catalyst to like have another boom in the space. And this kind of reminds me of like cryptocurrencies and ICOs. Is if like back in 2017, Ethereum had a floor of like around 2017, 2018, like Ethereum went from like 1,400 down to like 80 and had a floor of 80, whereas like most ICOs from 2017 just kind of asymptoted to zero and like never recovered. So at the end of the day, product, having actual product market fit matters rather than just designing like a nice tokenomics to kind of inflate the KPIs of the graph. So that's one example. I guess the second one would be yield farming, and there are a lot of different like case studies I can use for yield farming. But like kind of in essence, paying people with tokens or kind of pseudo equity to use your product is not product market fit. And I really like this tweet from Dan Robinson where if you incentivize usage before you have product market fit, you're basically flying blind. It's like you have no idea like who your actual users are. Like, are people here mercenary because you're paying them, and are they just going to leave as soon as you turn the spigot off for like yield incentives? And there's a lot of case studies I could use, but here's one graph of kind of the NFT lending and borrowing space. So as the blue part of the graph is BenDAO, and like the orange is NFTFi. So like BenDAO kind of came out of nowhere in the last few months and like started taking a lot of market share in the NFT collateralized lending and borrowing space. Which like you might think that's like, well, wow, they're just growing super fast. It's like great product market fit. Users love their product. Until you dive into their docs and then realize that BenDAO has the Ben token and they're allocating 40% of the token supply to incentivize lending and borrowing. Which like once you learn that, then you kind of start to question, okay, how much of this is actual usage versus like paid inorganic usage? So like BenDAO is like one example. Like another example I could use is looks rare. So there's actually a really good Hildebert made a really good Dune dashboard on like looks rare with the wash trading filter, and it's like pretty ridiculous. Like if you turn on the wash trading filter, like the volumes of looks rare all go down like 98, 99%, and like most of that is just going to like 6 or so collections like Meebits and others where there's no royalties, so you don't lose money from the royalty fees for like wash trading on looks rare. So like I remember when a lot of people were looking at looks rare and saying like, oh, this volume is like flipping OpenSea, like we're gonna have this decentralized alternative to like the centralized NFT marketplace. When you realize that they were just incentivizing growth, and when the token price crashed and like they started cutting emissions of the token, then likewise the usage and volume of looks rare just kind of had a stair-step downward trajectory in sync with their token price and their emissions. So that's yield farming, and last one I want to talk about is like this is more of like VC 101, where at the end of the day, like product and team matters. So like with this example I'm using is SushiSwap. So like long term, like you still need to innovate on product, and you can't just like copy what's working and like add a token to it and expect that to work long term. And this really hurt Sushi when Uniswap launched V3, and as a result, because V3 was much more capital efficient, liquidity and order flow just got aggregated and routed away to from Sushi to Uniswap, because you could get a better price and trade execution on Uniswap. And Sushi tried to copy that with Trident. Trident was basically Uni V3 balancer and curve all kind of packaged together in one product. But this is where team and execution matters. And this is around the time before like all the internal drama like spilled over onto Twitter. But among people in the community, there were warning signs that the Sushi DAO was starting to have like some like Game of Thrones-esque politics of like people trying to throw wrenches in like other people's proposals, like fighting for control over the multi-sig treasury, like trying to embezzle money from the treasury, and like there's always money leaving the Sushi DAO like every month, and like no one knows like who these addresses are and like why they're being used. And that ultimately like spilled over to Twitter when Maki got forced out, and then people started airing each other's dirty laundry. So at the end of the day, like if you want to have a successful project, like these are just like the fundamentals. Like you need to have a product that people love, that you're still like innovating on the product. You're just not simply being a fast follower and copying what's already working out there. Like this is also a concern I have with like copycats on other L1s. Is yes, it's like the most obvious idea to copy like an Uniswap AMM or like an Aave on this other L1, but usually like that hype like dissipates pretty quickly, and to like survive, you still need to innovate on product. And like these copycats also tend to attract mercenary founders over missionary founders. And we're seeing this especially now, where like a lot of the mercenary founders who got into crypto and are just made a quick copycat are now actually pivoting away and like either going back to college, going back to their cushy like Web 2 Google job, or they're just like going to like the next shiny VC chain and like getting a lot of incentives to build there. So these are like 3 things I think that matter when looking at Dune graphs and like what's important to have a sustainable project long term. Great, so hot takes. So I have 2 hot takes. This is just like from like just interesting trends that I've noticed from like kind of looking through Dune graphs and like stuff I've made that I think is like relatively under the radar, or just I think things that are like overhyped. So the first hot take, this is my alpha leak that I tweeted a few days ago. So I always had I guess a lot of you will probably disagree with me on this, but I always had a suspicion that aggregators were overhyped. And it was until I made this Dune graph, then you can see like how much market share and volume is still going directly to like underlying exchanges versus aggregators. And I think my thesis for that is aggregators like really make sense when the market is like super fragmented. But when the underlying market is like winner take most, winner take all, duopoly take all, then people will still predominantly use the underlying marketplace. And it just becomes like a nature of habit, and you're not really getting a better price execution on an aggregator. So you can see this like trend across 3 different verticals. So for DEXs, DEX aggregators are about 20 to 25% of market share, and that's surprising to me given how DEXs have been around since 2018. And like you'd expect the DEX market to be like pretty fragmented now, given there's so many DEXs out there. But Uniswap is still like 60, 70% market share of all DEXs, and like as a result, either front ends like will integrate the Uniswap contracts directly rather than the aggregator contract, or like retail users will just like continue using the Uniswap interface because it's just the nature of habit, and they're not getting like necessarily a better price from routing to an aggregator and seeing like what other exchange I should use. Same with NFTs. Is like OpenSea's about 93% market share for NFTs. I guess a lot of people, when people were talking about Gem and Genie and like talking about how this is an aggregator, I thought aggregator was a misnomer for Gem and Genie. I thought of those products more as like a pro trader tool for like I guess more sophisticated NFT traders, and like that was I guess a big reason why OpenSea acquired Gem is like to build OpenSea Pro, just like more advanced trading tools, like being able to sweep floors, better adjust listings for like the high volume traders who like account for, it's like a handful of traders that account for like 80% of volume of OpenSea. It's, and like that's really the value prop that Gem and Genie brought to NFTs. Not so much of like aggregating like OpenSea, LooksRare, X2Y2, and other NFT marketplaces. And I guess the last vertical would be bridges. So Hop is this is more specifically for Ethereum ecosystem bridge, so like L1 to L2 plus like Polygon. And like within the Ethereum ecosystem, Hop is about 73% market share of like bridge volume. And aggregators for bridges is still around like 5% or less volume, like of the order flow that goes through bridges. And like I think a large reason is because like the Hop UI is really nice, and people just are willing to route through Hop rather than like route through an aggregator that has a routing contract. And I actually think in the case of bridges, aggregators actually add more complexity and more smart contract risk because I guess an example would be when Lee Finance got hacked. It was like an infinite token approval bug in their router contract, and like that wouldn't have happened if they just integrated the Hop contracts directly rather than add this extra smart contract layer and extra smart contract risk on top of the underlying bridges. So that's my first hot take. My second one is on like NFT financialization. So what's interesting, so this is a graph of NFTFi, and I think what's interesting is, well, 2 things. One is like they had pretty much a perfect hockey stick graph, like up until like this recent bear market, and like by perfect I mean like literally every month was a new all-time high in volume. And even like when the bear market came, like the drawdown from all-time high for NFTFi was only like 57% versus OpenSea, which was close to 90. So this goes to show that NFT collateralized borrowing lending is like much more anti-fragile than a marketplace business model like OpenSea, SuperRare, and like other marketplaces. And my thesis for this is like there are use cases for NFT financialization in like both bull and bear markets. So in bull markets, if you're a holder of a blue chip like punks, apes, you want liquidity and leverage, and that's why you would use a protocol such as this. And in a bear market, NFT collateralized lending behaves more like put options, where you have downside protection in case like the floor price crashes. So for example, if you collateralize Bored Apes at say 80 ETH, and like now the floor price of apes is like in the 60s, then you would have had like locked in like it would have been basically like a stop loss for you, where like you effectively sell your Bored Ape at 80 ETH when you get liquidated. So those are my 2 hot takes. And I guess last thing, so I'm just 300 stars short of the flippening, so I implore all of you to like pull out your phones right now and smash that star button so we can have the flipping by the end of day today. All right. Cool. Now we have time for Q&A. I think we have microphones being passed around.
Hi, Richard. Yeah, thanks for the interesting talk. Like I was actually looking also into NFT functionalization and wondered what your take is on, I guess, the next thing there. Like, what do you see is still missing? What would you like to see?
Yeah, let me think. I guess really for like peer-to-pool, so like what's worked so far is peer-to-peer like lending and borrowing, and like that works well because it's just you isolate the counterparty risk to just like one lender. But in order for peer-to-pool to like really work well, like you need like a really good oracle, and kind of the oracle layer of like NFT prices is still like very nascent. There aren't like that many great like NFT appraisal projects. We're invested in one called Deep NFT Value that's works really well for punks. But you basically need to have a really good price data first before you can worry about doing liquidations. And I think that was the issue that Ben Dow ran into, is like they were too aggressive on kind of the LTV and like basically didn't give themselves enough margin of like safety, which is why they ended up with bad debt. So like basically a better price data is like needed for like peer-to-pool NFT like lending to really work off.
Thank you. Do you think we will ever get to like a point where we can value individual NFTs, or will it always happen on like the floor price basically?
So like Deep NFT Value, they actually value like individual NFTs like based on traits. So like if you have like an alien punk or like a zombie punk, ape punk, like it will have a different appraisal than just like the floor.
Thanks.
Hey, Richard. I'm Stefano. I do growth at MetricsDAO, and I just wanted to ask you about, you showed the NFT aggregators versus marketplaces, and you also showed that not just actually the NFT market, but most of those markets have one dominant player versus a fragmentization of that market. So I have 2 questions. Why do you think that is, and whether that will change or not in the future?
Yeah, so like I think specifically for NFTs, like UI UX is like much more important than the smart contract layer, and I think that's why OpenSea was really hard to fork and vampire attack. Is I mean like they were basically on like the same smart contracts, the Wyvern contracts, since 2018, and like it was only until Seaport recently that they finally upgraded the contract to like better trading like execution. But the reason people kept going to OpenSea and like over Rarible and like other marketplaces that existed is just like the front end search and discovery filter, and like all of that really has to be done manually. That OpenSea really built a defensible moat from doing that, and like that's really hard to fork and replicate versus kind of an open source smart contract. So I think specifically for NFTs, like marketplaces, it's much more of a defensible moat and like a winner take all market than something more like like DeFi projects where it's kind of a permissionless smart contract system that the defensible state is really like TVL, which you could try to vampire attack that away.
Hey, Richard. Thanks for your talk. This is Dhruv. You talked about tokenomics and the pyramid scheme tokenomics, and one thing you mentioned was, well, the way you'd figure that out is if it goes down to 0. But I guess, how do you figure that out before it goes down to 0, like when it's going up?
Well, I'm not a trader, so like I don't know how to time these tops. So like Axie, I just like stood by the side and like watched it. I mean, same with like Olympus DAO and like all these others. But yeah, that's a better question to ask like Suzu from 3 Arrows.
He's missing.
Hi. So I wanted to ask you about your personal view on the evolution pathway of the ecosystem. I mean, at which point in time do we like stop forking or stop copying the existing mechanisms of finance or whatever business model there is in real life? And at which point in time do we need to actually start looking at projects which like completely break out of a mold? Like for example, perps options is basically just repackaging things that are existing. But we have things like flash loans which were created and or products or like things that are being deployed on crypto but don't exist in real life. So at which point in time are we going to see the divergence where crypto actually innovates in terms of product creation that can't or have no existence in traditional finance or traditional industries?
Yeah, I agree that like most of DeFi right now is just kind of copy pasted from TradFi, but like I'd say like over time, like even in the past, like there are like some major innovations that crypto has done that like don't exist in TradFi. So you brought up flash loans. I say AMMs is like another one. Is like if you had to like count like what are the top 5 like innovations that are unique to crypto, don't exist in TradFi, Web2, elsewhere. I say AMMs is one. So like you started with the very basic Uniswap V1, V2, X times Y equals K AMM. And then now there's just like a plethora of like research papers of like better AMM designs, like capital efficient AMMs that are kind of hybrid AMM order book, which is like Uni V3, or even like constant function market makers with like replicating market makers, like what primitive finance is doing is basically you can like replicate the payoff of a derivative like an option through a spot market AMM, and like this is like some brand new research that like never existed in TradFi. So like I guess if you're looking at like what's coming out of research in terms of like AMMs, like new cutting edge stuff, I think that's where a lot of the innovation is happening in crypto. I say ZK stuff is another area in terms like ZK EVM, like the design space and trade-off between scalability and EVM compatibility, like what's the optimal trade-off, and like ZK hardware, like ASICs for zero knowledge proofs. That's still like a very new area that there's a lot of stuff being done there.
Richard, you flipped. You're now on top.
Okay, cool. Oh, cool. Is there a way to pull up the Dune leaderboard and see?
Is there any way we can pull the website? No. I think we can give.
Okay. Hey. Yeah.
Very good. Congrats.
Hey.
Thanks, Richard.
Cool.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Congrats. So that was amazing. I was looking live as everyone was favoriting and starring our speaker. So a few housekeeping items. We're going to take a short break, about an hour. There is food downstairs in the lobby for everyone. You can eat there. There's going to be a few kind of couches, areas with geographic tags on top. So like if you're from the US, Europe, APAC, all of the regions of the world, you pick your region, you mingle with people from there, and you know, you do whatever you want. There's going to be a tag with meeting the Dune team. So if you have any questions, feedback, whatever you want to tell us, this is your time. Please do it. I would love to hear from you. And in about an hour, we'll keep going in this room with data science on Uniswap v3. And we'll tell you more once you're back. So yeah, let's keep going. Awesome.
love the way we synchronize. We synchronize. Let the moment crystallize. Don't think twice. I just wanna simmer, like the way you glimmer. Pretty fires all around. Tell me of a dreamer, dancing on the ceiling. Wanna keep you safe and sound. And all the smoke in the sky got me feeling so blue. Burning down the city while I'm here with you. Smoke in the sky and I'm holding you tight. Because I love the way we synchronize. We synchronize. Let the moment crystallize. Don't think twice. Yeah. Feel this kind of mind. Forget about the time. Floating on a purple crowd. Out the mind as long as you hold me in your arms. We ain't never coming down. And all this smoke in the sky got me feeling so blue. Burning down the city while I'm here with you. Smoke in the sky and I'm holding you tight. Yeah, 'cause I love the way we synchronize. Synchronize. Just the light. Don't think twice. I love the way we synchronize. We synchronize. Just the light. Don't think twice. I love the way. I love the way we synchronize. I love the way. I love the way we synchronize.
Everybody from the top, make the groove shake your body, don't stop. Falling behind, then you better catch up. From the hill to the top, north to south, of the kids in the back, now listen up. A revolution is only begun. Now move your feet to the back of the drum. No matter who you are or where you're from, move to the mood of the music, let it be as one. Listen up, show the world that you can't stop. Now hold your head high and put your hands up. And if you miss your shot, take it back, start again, reinvent and just get back up. Don't stop, you can stay with me too. Stand up, hold the one behind you, dance till you drop. You know you want to. Stand up to the beat of the drum. Let the music play, let the beat make it jump and go away. Now let the sunshine forget yesterday. 'Cause we're living, you're living in the sunshine. Hey, now let the band play. Leave life behind, forget your mistakes. 'Cause now we're living in the sunshine. Stay, I'm living just to get you to die. schmalziger Schweiß, Bewegungen der Seelen. Hier spielen sie kraftvolle Musik. Warum nicht tanzen kommen? Es ist ganz natürlich. Komm, tanzen, komm, tanzen, komm, tanzen, komm, tanzen.
Time to get under the spotlight. Time to ignore every rule. Then it came from above. An act of love. It was an act of love. Then it came from above. An act of love. It was an act of love. I had a wild fever, head in my hands. I was a born believer, head full of plans. Till you, still I wanna tell you. Faith is my weapon, love is my shield. Had nothing to lose, so much to reveal. Till you, still I wanna tell you. It was an act of love. We were there in the good times. We walked on to the bad. We still shone when the lights went out. You now, still I wanna tell you now. I had a wild fever, head in my hands. I was a born believer, head full of plans. Till you, still I wanna tell you. Faith is my weapon, love is my shield. Have nothing to lose, so much to reveal. Wild fever, I'm still a born believer. It was an act of love. Tell you now, still I wanna tell you now. Tell you now, it came from above. Tell you now, still I wanna tell you now. Tell you now, came from above. It was an act of love. Faith is my weapon, love is my shield. Got nothing to lose, so much to reveal. It was an act of love. Faith is my weapon, love is my shield. Got nothing to lose, so much to reveal. It was an act of love.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to everyone in this room. Welcome back to everyone who's on the live stream. We're so happy to have you tuned in. So I hope lunch, for those that were here, or coffee, for those that were at home, or both, were enough to get you pumped up for the remainder of the sessions that we have planned. So we're going to start the next part of the conference with some amazing data science on Uniswap v3. And we have Huang and Austin Adams, both from Uniswap Labs, doing research and data science, two heavyweights on the Dune land, but also on the data landscape in general. Give them a very strong round of applause, please, everyone.
Hey everyone, thanks for coming. I was just gonna do this sitting down, so it's a bit laid back. So my name is Chen, and I'm joined here by my colleague Austin here today. We're both researchers at Uniswap Labs, and first of all, I want to thank Dune for inviting us. Very happy to be here and share some of the stuff we do at Uniswap Labs. And these analyses are actually only possible with the help of Dune. And so give a bit more context on that. The Uniswap protocol is this decentralized exchange protocol and implemented in a set of self-executing smart contracts that facilitates trading of ERC20 tokens. On the other hand, there's Uniswap Labs, which is a software development studio and a major contributor to the Uniswap protocol. And both Austin and I are employees at the Uniswap Labs. Prior to Uniswap, I was a researcher at a quant hedge fund. And before that, I was a market maker or trader in the mortgage-backed securities and derivatives market. Austin, you want to?
Yeah, and before I worked at Uniswap Labs, I was a researcher at the Federal Reserve in economic research.
Cool. So today we want to provide some information to hopefully help you do data analysis related to the Uniswap protocol. We do a lot of these type of analysis ourselves at the labs, and the presentation contains some of the information we found to be most useful to us. There's 3 sections to this presentation. The first 2 sections are going to be just general Uniswap data information, how they're generated, how you can use them for analysis. And in the last section, I'm going to show one example of slightly more involved technique and market analysis. And the specific market phenomenon we're going to analyze is called just-in-time liquidity. So with that, I'm going to turn over to Austin here.
Yeah, so first is what type of data does the protocol generate, and how do we ingest it for data analysis? So first, thankfully, the protocol devs for Uniswap did most of the work for us by providing events. Events are specific logs and values emitted by the EVM contracts. The Uniswap protocol devs actually meticulously crafted these events to really ensure that all the useful data, or most useful data, could be easily found in them. Major Uniswap functionality on V2 and V3, like mints and burns, collects and swaps, all have events associated with them. The schema is known, and an event is really fired every single time the protocol executes these codes associated with these functions. And events are essentially defined as schema, so they're really easily transformed for data analysis. And one event always has the same schema, and the variables that it outputs really directly relate to an EVM variable. Before Dune, the best way to get events was to constantly listen to a node for updates. You could use like an archive node to backfill updates, or you could have to constantly stream from a node. And it's really both slow and requires complex data engineering setup. Events also really need to be decoded using the contract ABI, which requires an extra step, and it's not trivial in SQL at all. But thankfully, Dune exists. So Dune updates and decodes events for you. It takes away a lot of the difficulty of working with events and lets data analysts focus on data work instead of complex data engineering that really they're not the best suited for. And on top of updating and decoding these events, Dune also provides easy-to-use charting and helper databases like prices.usd and ERC20.tokens. And with these tables and events, we can really create complex queries to understand and work with on-chain data. So here's an example of an event provided by Dune. So this is specifically a swap event on Uniswap v3 and the 5 bips USDC WETH pool. And so with this, you can see when the event fired, what the block was, what the swap was, how much liquidity it took from the pool, the recipient and the sender, the price of the swap, and the tick that the pool ended at. And with this, you can really understand what the pool state was before and after the swap. And with these, you can create a lot of really complex analysis and understand what changes went on in the pool itself. And so if you really want to understand more about these events, you can look at the contract ABI, the protocol documentation, or even really the contract itself to understand how what types of variables were provided, or alternatively, you can just use a Dune abstraction. So further abstractions like dex.tables really helps to join together all the dexes. And with these abstractions, we can create increasingly complex queries without worrying about the data engineering that has to go on under the hood. And at Labs, we use this dex.trades table frequently, since it includes both Uniswap v2 and v3. It also really has a good coverage on the DEX landscape, so we can really focus on this data instead of having to create a new schema for every single time a new DEX launches. So working with on-chain data, first we have a plot of wallet retention on the Uniswap interface. So this chart shows how many users come back a quarter to 4 quarters after their initial swap. This query exclusively uses the dex.trades table. The y-axis is average user retention, and the x-axis is the quarters after their initial swap. And you can see from this that about 36% of wallets swap again in the next quarter after their initial swap. And why does Labs care about this data? It's really important to Labs because we want to understand how different products and initiatives impact retention on the protocol. Labs really wants to best support growth in the protocol, so we want to make data-driven decisions on future initiatives and products. Here's another chart. It shows volume by token on the Uniswap interface. And just for context, the Uniswap interface is the web app that Uniswap Lab maintains for interacting with the Uniswap protocol. This chart uses the dex.trades and ERC20.tokens abstractions on Dune. And the x-axis is the week, and the y-axis is weekly USD volume. And this data is really important to Labs because it helps inform future product developments for the Uniswap interface. We want to make sure that we are providing and displaying information and data that's most helpful to our users, and we also really want to understand what types of products our users care about and trade. And finally, we have a breakdown of USD volume by dexes according to the type of tokens that are traded on it. This uses the dex.trades and the ERC20.tokens to create labels and determine the volume by token. The y-axis shows the volume by the token category, and the x-axis shows the specific DEX. And here you can see in blue that WETH USDC pairs are really dominant on Uniswap, and they take about 60% of the volume. And in contrast, DEXs like Dodo specialize in USD-USD pairs. And there's really a widespread distribution of tokens that are traded on different DEXs, and you can see sort of specialization that occurs in other DEXs. And at Labs, we really want to keep track of this competitive DEX landscape and make sure that we understand where other DEXs may be specializing in. We also really want to understand what pairs are best supported by the Uniswap protocol, and if there are really any protocol improvements that we can make to best support these new token types. And overall, Dune is really amazing for the type of work that we do because it allows us to easily chart and provide complex data sets for our cross-functional team. Chen and I are able to make queries that we can send to engineers and the product and growth and strategy to help them make data-driven decisions about the interface and future Labs products. And Dune allows us to really focus on building these queries and not have to do a lot of engineering.
All right, thanks. So now that we have seen some of the general application, let's zoom in on one specific and slightly complicated topic, which is just-in-time liquidity. This is going to honestly require at least some understanding of Uniswap v3 and also just general knowledge of the financial market. But if I ever lose you, don't worry about it, because we published a blog post last Friday on the blog section of Uniswap Labs website. And you can just read the blog anytime. It has actually more analysis there than what we're covering today. So with that, let me dive in here. What is just-in-time liquidity? So on Uniswap protocol, broadly speaking, there's two groups of people. There's liquidity providers who deposit some capital to facilitate trading. Then there's traders who are liquidity takers. They send in crypto, they send in one crypto, and they take out another. Now, traders pay a fee to the pool for using liquidity, and then that fee gets distributed pro rata to liquidity providers, and that's proportional to the liquidity they provided during their time as an LP. Now, JIT, or just-in-time liquidity, is basically some liquidity that's deposited to specifically service one swap. And what happens is the following. You have this one trader who submits a usually large swap into the mempool. So now it's like available to be seen by everyone who's watching. And then you have this sophisticated LP who sees that swap sitting in the mempool waiting to be executed. He takes it out, then he creates a bundle in Flashbots. In this bundle, he's going to have a liquidity deposit or mint action, and then he's going to have that swap happen right after the mint and goes in the exact same tick that he deposited his liquidity in. And then after that swap happened, he's going to take out his liquidity, and everything happens intra-block. So from the outsider, you don't see anything, but if you look at this GIF here, we're just replaying the liquidity distribution on the 5 bips with USDC pool here. And if you watch that pink line in the middle that's flashing in and out, so we're playing this intra-block as well. And that line is the amount of liquidity that's being deposited and burnt intra-block. And so this is to scale, so you can see how much that liquidity is compared to the rest of the pool. And that's because it's very, very concentrated. So it's got a lot of effective leverage here. Now, why do we care about just-in-time liquidity? It's actually something we anticipated when we were designing Uniswap v3, but we weren't sure how prevalent this phenomenon is going to be. And it just tells us a lot about the price improvement implications for traders, because just-in-time liquidity actually gives trader a better price. It tells us the competitive dynamic between LPs, and then it also tells us just the level of sophistication overall of participants in the Uniswap protocol. So we want to monitor this to guide future protocol developments. Okay, so a quick question we can ask is, well, how prevalent is it, right? There's actually has been some controversy on Twitter. Don't know if people are following, but some people are saying, oh, it's going to destroy dynamic for LPs. That's not what we found. So overall, we found very, very little amount of JIT in terms of absolute volume. So in this chart, the x-axis is date, and y-axis is USD volume of JIT liquidity supplied. And on average, or in most days, it's actually less than $1 million. For reference, the Uniswap protocol supports about $1 billion of trading on an average day, So that's like about 10 basis points or 0.1% of the total volume going against just-in-time liquidity. And because fees are distributed proportional to liquidity supplies, overall there's about 0.1 to 0.2% of overall fees going to just-in-time liquidity providers, and it barely matters for the other LPs. On the flip side, when just-in-time liquidity is happening, it tends to be extremely concentrated. And so on Uniswap v3, you can choose to concentrate your capital in a narrow range, and then you effectively provide more liquidity within the range. But the downside is when you're out of the range, or when price move out of your range, you're no longer providing any liquidity, and you're no longer earning any fees. Now, for just-in-time liquidity, that's not an issue, because you know exactly what that swap will happen at, right? It's literally one swap at one point in time. So the just-in-time liquidity provider can literally concentrate all their liquidity in one tick and get like 1,000x or even more leverage on their liquidity. And so what happens is, for these swaps, the just-in-time liquidity is usually their major counterparty. So if you look at this chart, the x-axis is date again, but the y-axis is the percent of a swap going against just-in-time liquidity. So each dot here represents one swap that was using just-in-time liquidity as its counterparty. And you see that like all these dots are kind of clustered at the top of the graph, and a lot of them are very close to 100%. Meaning when you have just-in-time liquidity, it tends to take a majority of that swap as its counterparty. So if you just combine this graph and the last one, what it tells us is you have this JIT thing that takes on more than 50% of a swap when it happens, but overall, it's like less than 1% or maybe 0.1%. That just means this thing happens extremely rarely over time. And that actually makes sense, because if you read our blog post, we theoretically derived a set of conditions that the swap has to satisfy in order for it to be optimal for the JIT LP to do the JIT. Because usually these sophisticated players, they have access to other forms of arbitrage or other type of ways of making money. And so it's rarely optimal for them to do this. But when they do this, they provide really good execution for the trader, because essentially your price impact is limited within that tick. Okay, so everything that I just talked about JIT is produced by one single query on Dune, and that's for free. There's only about 300 lines of code, and if you just look at the screenshot of code that I included here, it's very wasteful of space. There's lines with just select, and then star is another line, from is another line. It uses a couple of tables, Uniswap v3 NFT positions, as well as some other abstract contract that Austin just covered. So I just really want to use this opportunity to demonstrate that Dune is an incredibly convenient tool that allows you to do interesting and involved analysis like this one, and in an open source fashion for free. And we're just very excited to keep using Dune for more fun stuff like this, and we hope you join us on this journey of on-chain discovery. So if you want more fun analysis like the JIT one, check out our blog, follow us on Twitter. And with that, I'd like to conclude the presentation. Thanks again to Dune for inviting us, and thank you all for your time.
You can ask any question you have, guys, now. So, yeah.
Yeah, thanks for the talk with the JIT. It was like really awesome. So did you try to dig one layer beyond the JIT, so beyond the simple liquidity provisioning, to see where the capital was coming from? I'm going to do that if you tell me you didn't do it. So is it like flash loans? Is it like what is it? Is it like borrowing from protocols, or is it like spot treasury? Where's the capital coming from to provide the liquidity?
You actually cannot use flash loan for JIT because there's 3 transactions at least. There's mint, swap, burn. And so the flash loan needs to be repaid within 1 transaction. So that's not going to work.
And from our analysis, very few of them are actually borrowing. A lot of the earlier JITs would borrow from like Aave or Compound, but the later ones are doing it from a book usually.
Cool, thanks.
So great talk. Just a comment that maybe a more relevant analysis would be also to analyze the P&L of the LPs and not only the fees, because I'm guessing that a lot of the just-in-time liquidity also come with a bigger profit there.
I'm sorry?
I'm guessing that a lot of the just-in-time liquidity also come when the profit is higher. So just analyzing the fees and not the P&L might be only partial picture because the percentage of in the P&L might be much higher.
So you mean instead of just looking at the fee earned by just-in-time liquidity provider, you're also looking at the position that they take by being the counterparty of the swapper?
Because maybe they stood, like half a bips or whatever, or 0.5% maybe, I don't know, like behind the order book.
Right. So that's part of the analysis you can read about in the blog, because once it's large enough, there's multiple ways you can take advantage of the price difference, and it's not always optimal to do JIT, right? You can just swap it if you want.
Yeah. I'm just saying that in general, the P&L might be much bigger than the fees, and also their percentage in the total P&L.
Right. But like P&L comes from somewhere, right? And the reason that you have that P&L sometimes due to price difference between different liquidity venues. And when you have that difference, it's not always optimal to do JIT. And these players, they are usually rational, and they're able to figure out what's the optimal way. So when you see JIT, it's usually when it's optimal to do JIT. And so it usually means you don't have a very easy way to get that. Like you can't just swap in and out and just collect the price difference, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, in the blog, we showed that it's about 2 times the fee tier of the pool is the maximum P&L that you gain via JIT. Otherwise, it's more efficient to backrun it than provide a JIT, which is like 10 bips usually for USDC, we 5 bips.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Great talk. Do you foresee in the future that JIT could potentially harm normal liquidity providers in a way? I mean, strategically looking into the future with MEV boost and maybe something like builder, proposer separation, all that stuff, do you see a future where like this professional JIT industry potentially could harm normal liquidity providers?
You want to take that? Or?
Yeah, I think that from what we found, JIT is like it's optimal in a very extremely small set of circumstances. Usually swaps have more than 10 bips of slippage on V3. And so I don't really know if we can foresee the future, but I think we have to remember that JIT is such an extremely, it has a very small range of optimality as a strategy.
And one other thing I just want to add is we actually look at the time series of JIT from when it's possible, basically from deployment of V3 to now, and it's not a growing trend at all. If anything, it's actually coming down a little bit. So yeah, I just don't see it like growing exponentially. Yeah. Sure, yeah, if you want.
Whoever wants to.
Sure. You can go first.
So, I mean, it's like so fascinating. So what about reverse JIT? If you're already providing liquidity in a huge pool, and you know the swap is coming, and you basically pull out the liquidity and just readjust it and put it back to be able to, let's say, encourage maximum slippage. Is that even a strategy that's contemplated, well, can be contemplated?
Sorry, so the hypothetical strategy is you are like a...
No, in the JIT case, basically, you come to provide the liquidity. In the reverse JIT, basically, you know the trade is coming, but you just like remove it and just place it somewhere else to be able to cause maximum slippage.
Yeah, I think the gas costs on that would be so expensive that it probably wouldn't be worth it. Because like another thing we don't talk about in this is sort of you have to hedge off chain, and that's like usually like on FTX or Coinbase, and it's like a 10 bips fee, like a 7 bips fee, and so it's pretty. I think if you had to pull and then re-put a swap back, or you had to burn, then mint, and then burn again, and then mint again, that's like extremely expensive gas-wise. And the P&L on a JIT is already really small, so I think that would just eat into it significantly. I think is that your question?
I mean, yeah. I was talking for like, let's call it a low liquidity pool where you can actually encourage maximum slippage by removing the liquidity and replace it somewhere else.
But if you just don't have liquidity in the first place, isn't that the same? Like, why would you put liquidity in there and then pull it out when people are trading?
Because you're doing a mix of like opportunistic fee maximization.
So you're saying I put in liquidity so that people think there's liquidity, and then when they trade, I take it out, and then you buy something when they cause a lot of
more
price
like
impact?
Anyways, it's a long conversation. We can just continue that.
Okay, yeah, we can talk offline for sure.
So, final question.
So I guess in this blog, you've kind of established that JIT isn't too big of a worry to be concerned with. What's next for you guys? Do you have any areas that you're looking into or things you're concerned about now?
I mean, we're constantly thinking about, how to make the market more efficient, how to make it more fair and more accessible. I don't know, to be honest, how much I can share about the product in development, but we do a lot of this empirical economics analysis. That's what Austin and I was doing prior to this job. So if you follow our blogs, you would see something coming along in the next month or two, something like this.
You can't leak any alpha, Got to keep that.
And with that question, let's give a great round of applause to Austin and Chen.
Everyone.
So, 5-minute break. Another short logistics reminder. There's going to be a continuation of the speeches and the presentations in this room, in the main stage, but there's also another room, a couple of meters on the right in this floor. So in this stage, we'll have Danning Sui, who's going to talk about the evolution of the DeFi user base in a bit, in just 3-4 minutes. And then on the other room, room 2, we're going to have Ben Smith from Cow Protocol, who's going to talk about backend data infrastructure and how to build on that. And if I'm not mistaken, there might be some interesting Dune API-related tidbits there, so you can go check that out too. So see you in a bit.
Salziger Schweiß, Bewegungen der Seelen, hier spielen sie kraftvolle Musik. Warum nicht tanzen kommen? Es ist ganz natürlich. Komm, tanzen, komm, tanzen, komm, tanzen, komm, tanzen. Die Wirkung des Lebens
Hello, everyone, again. I hope you had a few minutes to prepare for what's coming. So without further ado, we have a great presentation with possibly a lot of alpha, but also a few good memes from Danning Sui, lead data scientist at OX Labs. And she's going to talk about the evolution of the DeFi user base. And please give her a great big round of applause. Here you go.
Hello, GM everyone. Good merge. So today, I'm here to share a little bit overview of the evolution of DeFi user base. The name is a little bit big, but really, I want to share some observation of how the roles of user play in the DeFi space have been evolving. And the quantitative part will be mostly focusing on DEX, because that's what I do. So before I start, introduce myself. My name is Danning Sui. Not affiliated with the Sui blockchain. It's just my last name, and it doesn't mean water. So I work as a data scientist at 0x. 0x is a DEX infra company. We have mainly two products. One is developer-facing tool called 0x API. Basically, it's a DEX aggregator for anyone or any team they want to build a swap function. Like a front end that allow people to come and trade. We will help them to provide the best price across different liquidity, across multiple chain, not cross-chain yet, but across multiple chain. And another product is matcha.xyz. It's a consumer product. So maybe most of you guys may feel more familiar with that. It's a easy front end where you go and click and trade. So today, we want to see a review on DeFi user growth in a few aspects. First of all, we want to go through the diversity of how the application vertical have been evolving, have been growing, and getting more sophisticated. And then we want to see how the roles of the user are playing has been sophisticating in the space. Especially, there are two major roles coming in. The one is institutional money, like professional market makers. The other one is the bots or in the dark forest with all the MEV topic. Really glad, actually, the previous talks kind of lay out some fundamental concepts and contexts for those topics. So the last one will be a scale comparison across different ecosystem, and with some other Alter, L1, L2, and also Solana. All right, so this is some diagram I made. So let's go through each of the vertical. So for really, one big major vertical among DeFi is lending protocols. So as a user, you want to participate into lending protocol. Really, you need to deposit things first, right? So starting from the left top, you can be a lender. You're going to deposit some collateral. And then on top of that, if you want to borrow out assets, you can borrow money. We go to the right side, we have borrowers who can be retail users. And then when Flash Loan came out, there are Flash Loan bots just building up this DeFi Lego where basically they lend some money from the lending protocol and they make some trades in DEX pool, and then they go back and pay back the pool and also make some arbitrage from there. And then we also have liquidators. They are potentially mostly also MEV bots that is checking which loan is approaching the dangerous threshold that's being liquidated, and then they're gonna just chime in right there. And then so we also have token holders on the left, where they may not necessarily participating in a lending pool, but in a sense they're also playing with this DeFi widget, where basically with the governance model, if you're voting actively, you can decide to adjust the lending interest rates or which liquidity pool to be more incentivized, all these things. We have like maybe individual people who are voting, like very passionate about the community. We also have like venture capital investors that are like taking really large share, actually dominating the votes in the space. We also have derivative protocols, option traders like Open, Ribbon Finance, Perpetual Protocol, synthetic asset trader as well, pretty much similar to TradFi. So, and then there are some other tools that not necessarily DeFi, but you can play with it in a DeFi way. So like NFT marketplace has been pretty booming up the past 2 years. I want to say like the past 2 years, mostly it's still like order book model, so like peer-to-peer trade. So on the right side, if we model them as like makers and takers, mostly you can see like retail sellers, they're just listing their items on OpenSea or any other platforms. But then the taker side is getting interesting. So like you definitely have retail buyers just like browsing through the consumer platform. You also have like arbitrage bots as like the snipers. They're like sniping the lowest price on each like maybe popular or like blue chip collections. Even I think there was a feature on the NFT marketplace Quazotic on Optimism, as like you can do a floor sweeper. So it's pretty interesting. Yeah, and definitely there are like wash traders that we saw, as also Richard mentioned earlier, like when looks rare coming up and the platform is incentivize people to come in, kind of like vampire attacking the major first movers. So yeah, and then there is also interesting thing recently coming up with SudoSwap is they're trying to also make the AMM model to price the NFT, which actually putting them into a liquidity pool model, which is getting more interesting for an NFT space. And then we also have like bridges and also ETH2 staking. They're mostly, I would say, chiming to DeFi because they also always have this incentivized yields that you can come and stake and then earn rewards, and then it will like derive a lot of like interesting playing in the making. So yeah, I want to zoom in into the DEX trading part. So here's like a history overview of how the DEX trading space has been evolving over time. I want to say starting from 2016, 2017, when Ethereum just come up, the model was very simple, very like vanilla style. It's like there's the order book DEX, there was like Ether Delta, IDEX, where basically there's two people, they want to trade A to B, the other one want to trade B to A, so they're a match. And then 0x built on top of that was like the first order book model, where there was also a whole ecosystem of like the relayers applications, where basically you can do the order broadcasting and the matching, and potentially earn a fee in the model. When Uniswap came up in 2018, the AMM model is so innovative that it solved the issue of like the liquidity, because they pulled money into one pool, and so whoever wants to trade that asset, they can just come in and with like an automatic curve to regulate the price. And so I want to say and around that time, there were like a bunch of AMM fork, or potentially also, there are some also innovation with like stable coins, like Curve, and then there's this also coming up with like Yarn, well, that is more sophisticated playing with DeFi coming up. And then coming forward, we see actually now like institutional money is very interested into this DEX trading space, because this is a super early market, so it's like the pricing is not efficient. It's only updated every block, which is 13 seconds. They can easily do arbitrage across platform between centralized exchange and DEX. So there are more and more RFQ liquidity coming in from the professional market maker. So and then the DEX provider, we see this RFQ liquidity coming in, and the model becomes more, comprehensive as well in our side, where basically we're not only just checking all the AMM liquidity, we're also checking, okay, what's the price for the market maker? I want to compare your price together fairly with the AMM price, and potentially also some, like single individual, limited order user who are listing their order into order book, as that 3 parts in that chart. And then we compare what's the best price and then give back towards the requester or like the taker. So yeah, we see this aggregator model becomes kind of like, how to say, consolidating. Nowadays, it's like 1inch exchange, 0x API, and PowerSwap being pretty much the 3 biggest players in the space. Yeah, and then the past year, like with the topic of MEV, and like people are seeing like, wait, the bots are getting so smart that they are actually creating so much harm towards like innocent retail users. We should do something about it. Like we should build a product that is MEV aware, and we should potentially help them to redistribute back the value towards user. Also, another trend we see is also MetaMask. They enable the swap inside of the wallet, and they're taking a fee. But like as we are seeing, it's like they're having great volume and revenue. So it really says something about like what the retail cares and what they don't care. I think a common sense in our team is that like regardless they are aware of what they should care or not, the application team has a responsibility to potentially give education or like even let them don't need to care, but then still being protected. So one thing we launched earlier this year through our slippage study across the DEX trading space is that we enable this slippage protection where, so go back to that chart where we see aggregators. When we compare AMM liquidity and RFQ liquidity, we already know that RFQ liquidity is going to have 0 slippage. But when you are accessing AMM liquidity, there will potentially and pretty much very likely there will be a slippage. So we built this predictive model where we are learning from the past data per trading pair, per trade size, per liquidity pool, and then determining, okay, for this coming trade, what will be the potential slippage that is happening for this user, and then discount that back to penalize potentially the AMM liquidity. And we're seeing pretty good, interesting results right now that our users are definitely getting less slippage with this model. We just released a report yesterday, so suggest you check out on our Twitter. Yes. And so with the aggregator vertical getting sophisticated, we're seeing this chart from Fredrik that right now aggregator volume is taking around like 20%, 30% across all the DEX trading volume space, which doesn't make sense, as also I think Richard mentioned this, because aggregator is going to be always better pricing than DEX. And also, they have gas optimization. It saves less gas directly accessing the pool rather than going through a router. But I guess this says something that, the stickiness of UI, UX, as well as there's another chart that we're going to look at, is that actually on DEX, a lot of the volume are driven by just 5 traders. So there's a lot of, MEV volume there going on as well. So yeah, this volume doesn't really say everything, but yeah, it's interesting to see. Another chart zooming into the aggregator part is that this chart from Gnosis, where basically they extracted their volume out from all the aggregator they are pinging on the top as a yellow at the CowSwap volume. So how they work in a brief summary is that they are kind of like an aggregator of aggregator. They are checking what's the best price from 0x API, what's the best price from 1inch, and then PowerSwap, and then they compare again and take the best price. So yeah, so that's another layer of improvement and comparison. We also call them meta aggregator, and we're seeing their volume getting pretty good. They're as a 7%, 10%. So next one is another network view of what we just talked about, of this whole space of DEX trading. Let me explain what's happening here. On the nodes here is a wallet that is making a trade, that made a trade in this 7-day data on those platforms that has the same color of the, the similar color map of the logo. For example, all that big pink cluster is from Uniswap. And another caveat is that if you see a colorful node, that means this wallet only traded on that wallet platform solely, exclusive user. And then we're seeing this yellow dots that is kind of like shared by a bunch of platforms. That means these wallets are seeing in both platforms in those 7-day activities. There's also some red nodes that is pretty much in the center, connecting a bunch of different platforms. That means they're seeing in 3 DEX or even more. Per our check, pretty much those are like either some very few gigantic degen traders or like MEV bots going on. Yeah. So one interesting thing here we're seeing in the landscape is that Uniswap, as the biggest DEX, they actually don't have the biggest TVL. The biggest TVL actually happens on Curve, which here we actually see pretty small there, but they are there in the center with the purple-pink. So like TVL doesn't mean everything. It's a bad metrics. Doesn't mean how many users you are serving. Again, like we're seeing Uniswap has a dominance on user side. And on the right side, we see 1inch, the blue, and then also 0x API on, in the bottom. We're both the DEX aggregator. That's why you see we share a pretty big chunk of users with MetaMask swap. To clarify, MetaMask swap is also kind of like a meta aggregator. So they will ping us and 1inch again as well, just like CowSwap. They're going to check and which one is better. They also ping AirSwap, which is another project from Consensus. And then they're going to decide which platform they're going to direct their user to. So that's why you see this shared yellow cluster across 1inch and 0x API. I want to make a note here. It's like, the question will be, so if they're doing the same thing as CowSwap, but why CowSwap is not showing the same pattern of shared user? This is actually a data issue here. It's because CowSwap does everything in a different way using meta transaction, where basically they are submitting the transaction for user. So the wallet address is not surfaced in the transacting sender, neither surfaced in the aggregator's taker or maker side. We can definitely do some modification on top of that to show the same structure there. So going further, I want to say if we're trying to profile the users on DEX trading space, there's definitely naive simple trader like me. Like I don't make trades only after a few other months with like major thing happening. There's also definitely active median traders who probably are some individuals with some capital. We call them dolphin in the risk. There's also like advanced whale traders, potentially our fund management and maybe some gigantic degen themselves, or also institutional professional traders like market makers like Wintermute or Jump or CP. And the latter two can potentially also overlap with like sophisticated MEV bots. Like they can potentially build a strategy and they can like do arbitrage across platform. So go back to that diagram thing here for DEX part. We see this DEX AMM pool and DEX aggregator thing is kind of like connected all together in this big map. On the left side, I try to like put things who are supplying the liquidity into this system. And on the right side, it's like whoever is accessing the liquidity. So if we look at DEX AMM pool, we have liquidity providers, and then we see proactive liquidity provider tools also coming up, like Gelato and those application where you can still be a dump money as like a passive incomer on V2, but they're gonna manage your money to still make you profitable on V3. They also have MEV bots, which is what they just mentioned, which is a just-in-time liquidity kind of schema. And we also have yield farmers, for sure, is like providing some liquidity and potentially for some incentivize. We also always have these token holders that is related to the governance part that we mentioned earlier. On the right side, we also have traders. We have retail, and we have arbitrage bots, and they're doing a lot of things. Like, for example, they're trying to sandwich you, trying to front run you, potentially back run you, but back run is OK because my trade is already settled, so nothing too bad happening to me. We also have like professional market maker there trying to arbitrage the dump liquidity providers. So like like if you are not actively managing your position or how to say your ticker range on Uniswap v3, your price can be very off from the mid-market price across different platforms. And then this will be a very good price for them to eat you off. So that's what they're doing with the bots. There will be always like airdroppers. They're trying to make tiny trades across 2,000 wallets. There will be also yield farmers as well. And then there potentially can be some really big trades that's just doing some stablecoin to stablecoin, which is potentially rebalancing of institutions. There will be also wash traders pumping whatever, or like potentially we saw before there are people wash trading on 1inch trying to get some gas token and potentially dump them. And there's this line connecting DEX AMM pool towards DEX aggregator because they're basically one of the makers to us. So coming to the DEX aggregator part model, we have DEX AMM pool as a liquidity provider as well. We have limited order retail. We have professional market makers going through RFQ. And on the right side, we definitely also have taker who are retail, who are, there's also like arbitrage bots. I believe some team call them like toxic flow. Basically, they're also trying to basically do the same thing, like asking if there's a good price that they can make a arbitrage across different platform, and then basically eating out the liquidity. In this case, like this is a a battle between the arbitrage bot, the toxic flow, with our market makers. So there can be something down to potentially protect our market maker as well to not getting eaten by the toxic flow. Yeah. And so this is a little bit out of the the layout, but I want to say like pretty much if you don't know, now you know that you are basically playing with a bunch of very sophisticated like bots or professional market makers in the DEX space nowadays. It's pretty dark for us already. So a few charts to also show these two very sophisticated roles playing is that, for example, here we're looking at like 0x API volume. This is an internal chart, but broken down by the liquidity type. The yellow one is the RFQ liquidity that was provided by market makers, where basically that means their price was better than the AMM price, and they went over, and then they took the the request, and then they filled in that liquidity. And we definitely see this trend is growing up. We also see there are some other innovative application coming out, like for example Hashflow. They are basically trying to combine the AMM liquidity model with the market makers quoting. So basically, whoever as individual, they can pull money in, and then the market maker going to help you to quote the price instead of like an automatic curve. And they seem to be doing pretty good volume as well, a few million even just on Ethereum. I think there are cross-chain as well. There is also this Bebop application that is basically built by Wintermute. They basically going to fill in only Wintermute quotes. And then the interesting feature they have is that they support trade that is one token to one token, and also one token to many token, or many token to one token. So interesting, and also seeing their volume coming up. So this is another chart that is comparing an interesting pattern that is looking quite differently across DEX versus aggregator. So we definitely see here on the left side the Uniswap volume that is broken down by the trader, and the colorful ones are the top 5 traders. And we're seeing the top 5 traders on Uniswap, they're making 50% of the volume on Uniswap, actually. The right side is 0x API, and the top 5 traders are colored. And they are barely just taking maybe 10 or at most 20% sometimes. There are some spikes, but mostly it's around like 15%-ish. I think this chart tells us that, like, first of all, there's definitely a lot of bots going on DEX. There's also this thing that's telling us that like aggregator is definitely a better case for a retail user. If we're serving more retail users, that is a lot, like in this blue part of the 90% of aggregator. So this is just another chart to support that. This is a snapshot back in May, where we were seeing that like 50% was consumed by a bunch of MEV bots that I categorized and labeled them into the same yellow one. And then, but it doesn't tell this whole story. Is this, again, like this volume is consumed half by the bots, but then really it's just like 3 or 5 addresses, and they're still serving the biggest user audience. But again, I want to say like MEV bots are very dangerous. Like it's very bad for the retail, especially on V3. So I want to explain this meme here that I made is like imagine the curve on Uni V2. It's a continuous curve. So first of all, what is slippage? It means like you saw a quoted price when you were submitting a trade, but then later on you actually got a worse price that is kind of worse, you know, in the curve. And on V2, it's, regulated by a continuous curve, so you won't be going too bad. But then on Uni V3, potentially, maybe the next ticker is like empty. It's all concentrated liquidity, and you may just like revert. Like so, MEV on V3 can potentially even giving user a lot more reverts and potentially larger slippage. And then this is a very fresh trade today. On our way here, our data researcher told us that after the merge, after MEV boost just activated, this is the first trade coming in, which is another arbitrage. Pretty bad. And then, so last part I want to share is a scale comparison, or just some numbers on other ecosystems other than Ethereum. This one is a chart for Solana cumulative DeFi wallets that we're seeing, like that was pulled pretty much a month ago. They have 2.8 million wallets that's like, you know, playing around with all those DEX protocols, lending protocols. But I want to say, a lot of people, they're like, Solana has so many users now, and because they have so many accounts, but Solana account is not a wallet. So don't compare with them with Ethereum ecosystem or EVM system. But yeah, we acknowledge that there's this challenge to compare data, you know, with the same concepts or methodology across sophisticated ecosystem nowadays. The last chart here is I pulled the data from dex.trades across different tables on Dune and compared them across the major EVM ecosystem and Solana, how many users are being trading on DEX. I'm sorry for offend you guys with cumulative time series chart, but here we see that like Ethereum has around like 6 million wallets that's being trading and interacting with DEX applications. Coming next is actually Polygon. They have around 5 million, potentially much smaller trades. And then the next one is actually Solana, which is what we just saw. It's around like I would say this one is like 2.6 or 2.5-ish when it comes to specifically DEX. And then the next one would be BSC and then Optimism. Definitely, this chart is not the most accurate truth, because I know like a lot of DEX actually already died down before Dune already even had the dex.trades table. So like, for example, Ether Delta, IDEX won't be here. So I'm sure like Ethereum actually has a slightly larger number than this. But pretty much that's it. Thank you, guys. This is my overview. Questions?
So we are very close to time, so we're going to take 1, maybe 2 questions. Whoever wants to go, this is your chance.
Yeah. Sorry.
Gosh.
Already spoke out. So one interesting chart I saw was the RFQ versus DEX chart. And I just want to ask, what exactly is that percentage? Like, what's the numerator? What's the denominator?
Yeah. So I didn't look across the DEX aggregator space, but for 0x, it's around like 30%-ish that is crossing, that is RFQ liquidity, on our platform. I did look up the number as well for 1H. It's around 7%.
Sorry, I meant like the definition of what that number is like the amount of volume filled or the amount of volume requested, or like?
Yeah, it's the amount of volume settled or filled. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, yeah, and 1inch had like 7%, like 10%-ish. Yeah. Thank you.
So, let's give a great round of applause to Dunning. Awesome, fascinating, and it's interesting to see the interplay between the presentations from Uni to 0x. So we're going to have another short break, about 5 minutes. In the other room, we have our very own Megan Haynes talking about spellbooks. So we're very excited about that. If you're interested to learn more, this is your chance. And here we're going to have one of the, I guess, legendary VCs in the space, Tomasz Tunguz, who's going to talk about crypto trends using Dune. So stay tuned, and you'll see me again in a couple of minutes. Thanks. Hello again. Hey everyone. It's time to start once again. You can quickly grab your seats. So now we're moving to trends in crypto using Dune, and we're going to hear from one of the top VCs in the game and one of the most data-centric VCs and investors that exist in the world. Tomasz, Managing Director of Redpoint Ventures. We're very happy to have him here. Please give him a very big round of applause.
Hi, everybody. I'm thrilled to be here. My name's Tomasz Tunguz. I used to be a product manager where I did a lot of work with data at Google. I've been a managing director at Redpoint for 14 years. I write a blog at tomtunguz.com. And I've had the fortune of working with the Dune guys since the Series A. And I'm just so proud of how far they've come as a company. This event is absolutely extraordinary. I also work with a handful of other crypto and data companies, including Miston and Arbitrum and Customer and Looker. And today, what I really wanted to do with everybody was just kind of take a step back, gone really deep, wanted to use Dune data and a handful of other data sets just to describe what's going on at the highest level within the world of crypto. We're only about 10 years into this ecosystem, but we're still so early. And so what I'm going to go through is just a handful of data points on centralized exchanges, decentralized exchanges, NFTs, ETH and L2s, MEV, developers, and what's going on in valuations, and what it's going to mean for the crypto venture ecosystem in the future. So before we jump in, one of the most important metrics in the health of any ecosystem is the daily active user count. Does anyone want to hazard a guess? How many DAUs are there today across Web3? 2 million? Anybody else? 20 million? 2.5. So they're about 2.5, and this is what it looks like across the blockchains. Binance is the biggest, Solana, then ETH, then Polygon, and then a big drop-off. And just to kind of put it in perspective, there are about 5 billion internet users in the world, so this is about half a basis point. And that's what I mean by we're 10 years in, but we're still so early. There's still so much left to be built, and so many users who are left to experience the incredible products that we're building. So let's jump into some of the data. If we look at the centralized exchanges, there are about 90 million active users across centralized exchanges. They look like this. Coinbase reports their MTUs, their monthly transacting users, about 8 over a total user base of 109. That's as of their last earnings. And if you look across the other big centralized exchanges and total them up, there are about 93 million users active on an annual basis. If you look at the Coinbase MTU, it's been steady at around 9 million. There's been an enormous surge in the last 18 months. Really nice to see it sort of stabilizing, even in the midst of a 60% reduction in trading volumes. So what that means is that the centralized exchanges are altogether pretty healthy. What we're going to look at now are the decentralized exchanges. And what I was curious to look at in this analysis was to understand whether or not the patterns within decentralized exchanges are meaningfully different from those in centralized central exchanges. And what you find is, this is Dune data looking at the daily active addresses across custodial ETH wallets. You see a pretty similar level of drop of activity as you did in Coinbase. So there you've got one parallel. What is interesting here is that the unique DEX buyers are actually increasing at about 5.5% per quarter, even though it's actually quite volatile. And that's in the face of a 90% reduction in total DEX trading volume since June. So the trading volumes in decentralized exchanges are falling significantly faster than those in centralized exchanges. And a big part of this is that the average transaction size on DEXs has fallen by almost 80%, from about $8,000 for the average trade to about $1,400 on the average trade. And as we talked about before, Uniswap is the dominant DEX with about 66% market share, and that's been increasing over time. Curve is in second place. So let's bring those two together. Let's take a look at what that means for looking at centralized exchanges versus decentralized exchanges. I'm going to do that by looking at the correlations between the stock of Coinbase and the Uni token. If we look at the growth rates of the stock, of the revenue of each of these two products, you can see they actually move pretty similarly. They've got a correlation coefficient of about 0.6, which means that, well, actually, they're quite highly correlated. If we look at the trading patterns, in other words, if the coin stock moves up, what happens to the Uni token? They're actually even more highly correlated. They're correlated 0.8, which is really impressive, which means that somebody who's looking at the Uni token is also clearly looking at the stock of Coinbase and trying to figure out which is the better stock to buy. And that, to me, that means there's a lot of sophistication in people actually buying these assets. Another really important thing to look at is the monthly transacting users, the volume per MTU. You can look in 2020, the average amount of crypto traded per MTU per year on Coinbase was about $70 worth. Compared to about almost $900, a bit more than $900 on Uniswap. And over time, those two have actually converged, which means that the patterns and the user bases across both of these exchanges are becoming similar. In the NFT world, NFT volumes have fallen 97% from their summer highs. It's a pretty catastrophic fall. Throughout all that, you've got OpenSea that's increasing their market share at the expense of everybody else, in particular LooksRare. One of the biggest changes that happened after DeFi summer or the summer of Sol was that we thought that Solana, here's this new chain that's going to allow much higher volume transactions at a lower cost, and that was going to impact NFTs. And the answer is yes, it actually has. So about 40% of NFT buyers use Sol, but because Solana NFTs are worth only about 10% on average the price of an ETH NFT, ETH NFTs remains 90% of the GMV. And so the question then is, at what point in time do Solana-based NFTs actually increase in value, or the volumes of those NFTs get to such a point where they actually become of a similar size to ETH-based NFTs? In the world of ETH and L2s, this was pretty stunning data to me. So L2s actually represent 30 to 40% of the transactions, of all ETH transactions. And, that's pretty significant. The crazy part is they represent less than 2% of the gas that's consumed. And so what this means to me long term is you're really going to look at ETH as the ultimate settlement layer at the end of the day. And most of the transactions that are sort of intraday are actually going to be settled on the L2s. And at some point in time, the L2s will actually represent the majority of transactions on the ETH blockchain. And what is really positive for the L2 ecosystem is that about every month there's 250 million of net inflow into the L2s. There's actually quite a bit of money coming into it. In terms of MEV, used to be a huge problem. You can take a look at the number of daily miners on ETH. There's been a lot of consolidation in particular pools. Max all time was about 400 miners on ETH. Today we're sort of 50 daily unique miners. There's about 2-to-1 ratio between the number of miners and the number of bots, the number of searchers who are looking for sandwiches or arbitrage opportunities. And the two most the two tokens with the most significant concentration of MEV attacks are wrapped ETH and USDC. The most fascinating chart, though, is this, which is that the MEV profit is materially leveled off in the last couple of quarters, which means there's less and less there's less and less profit margin to be made, which I take as a very, very healthy sign for the ecosystem. Boy, I've gone through the slides fast. Awesome. Okay, let's talk about developers. So the lifeblood of the ecosystem. To put this in perspective, there are 27 million global developers in the world. 16 million of them speak JavaScript, and there are about, as of the last Electric Capital report, there are about 16,000 Web3 developers. So we have a long way to go in terms of educating developers to build new applications. There's literally, we got to have millions and millions of developers building on Web3, and we're not anywhere close. If you take a look at the weekly active developer count over the last 2 years, it's hovered at about 6,000. So the Electric Capital report said there were about 18,000 monthlies, only about 6,000 weeklies. That number needs to go up. And if you take a look at the number of committed contracts, they're relatively steady on ETH. There are about 300,000 contracts, smart contracts being deployed to ETH every month. This is actually, awesome. Cool. Okay. So now I'm going to talk about valuations. So just to kind of summarize where we are, we're in an ecosystem that has a relatively small number of users. We've got about 2.5 million users out of about 5 billion. We've got about 6,000 engineers out of a universe of 27 million. We're not even in the first inning, so to speak, in a baseball analogy. We're at the very earliest days. In terms of what's going on with the exchanges, the behavior between the centralized exchanges and the decentralized exchanges used to be different. You used to have power users on the decentralized exchanges and more retail users on the centralized exchanges. As institutions have come in on the centralized exchanges, the patterns have basically become the same. All that to say, I think the ecosystem is starting to mature, and the place where it really becomes apparent is in the valuations. So when I started looking at crypto about 2 years, one of the questions I was often asking myself was, how do I value a crypto token? And how does that value compare to a publicly traded company of a similar kind? And so I looked across the top 100 projects by revenue, and I bucketed them into 5 different categories: a yield aggregator, NFT marketplaces, L1s, DEXs, and credit, so lending. And what's crazy is within the last year, 4 of the 5 categories are now starting to trade within very narrow bands. And I'm looking at price to sales here. So what does this mean? An NFT marketplace is trading at somewhere between 3 to 5 times. Now, what is the trading multiple of eBay? As of last week, it was 3.4. So what does this mean? It means an NFT marketplace is trading exactly the same multiple as a Web2 marketplace. That's a big deal. That means that the investor base is sophisticated enough to say, if I have $1 to invest in a Web2 or a Web3 company, I'm going to look at a marketplace exactly the same way. And the same thing is true for DEXs. So they traded the same multiple as like NYSE or ICE or any of the large exchanges, the credit companies, and the yield aggregators. So that's a big step in terms of the sophistication. The consequence and the corollary of that idea is now all of a sudden crypto companies are starting to be valued as a function of revenue. That's new. That's really new, right? I ran an analysis of Mongo versus ETH 6 months ago. Mongo and Ethereum were trading at the same multiple. So now at the database layer, the infrastructure layer, the public market investors, more sophisticated investors are basically saying these are effectively the same thing. That's a huge deal. And so you can see here within these categories, NFT marketplaces, there's a 54% correlation in the way that they're valued to their revenue. Yield aggregators, 49% correlation. DEXs, less, and credit less. But they're going to come. And so if you're a crypto founder today, what does that mean? What does that imply? It means in the future, in the next 6 to 12 to 18 months, the value of your crypto company is entirely going to be a function of revenue. That's a big deal. That's how software companies have been valued for forever since they've been public. It's how we look at Web2 companies, and it's starting to be the way that we're going to start to look at Web3 companies. Awesome. I went really fast. Okay, so to summarize, within the ecosystem, most of the activity is down 40 to 70%. We all know that there are crypto winters and there are crypto summers. We're in a place today where 10% of the users are operating in DEXs. Everybody else is kind of in NFTs. That's kind of the user split. There are about 300,000, or about 80 to 90% of users who are on crypto are using it for NFTs. 10% are using it for decentralized trading. The volumes are split the other way in terms of notional volume or profits. And so what we're waiting for as an ecosystem are the next level of applications, the next sets of applications that are going to bring on the next 2.5 to 10 to 50 to 100 million users. That's where we are. A big part of enabling those next generation of applications are going to be these L2s that are reducing gas fees on the order of 80 to 90%. They're at about 30 to 40% of the transaction volume of ETH today. Over the next 12 to 18 months, we should expect them to approach 60 to 70%. The developer activity is relatively stable, and the level of inflows into the ecosystem is also relatively stable. In the intermediate term, we need that GDP, the net new dollars coming into crypto, to increase. The only way we're going to do that is by getting more and more developers using Dune, building new dashboards, building new applications, bringing in new users, finding new ways of attracting more dollars and other currencies into the ecosystem. And then the last point that really comes out of this data is that as the public market, the public Web3 market, the token market starts to price Web3 companies the way that Web2 companies are priced, revenue is going to matter much more than it ever has in this ecosystem, and that's an incredibly important and valuable thing. It's a natural evolution and along the maturity curve for crypto. That's it. Thank you very much.
Let's open it up to Q&A. I can help you with that.
First of all, thanks for your presentation. I have two very simple questions. Yeah, I'm sitting here.
Oh, awesome.
Hi.
Yeah.
First of all, how do you define revenue? And the second question is, if you talk about valuation, are you talking about equity or are you talking about token valuation?
Sorry, what was the first question?
How do you define revenue?
Mm-hmm.
And the second question will be, if you talk about valuation, is that about equity or the token valuation?
It's the token valuation, so it's the token valuation on the value. The revenue data comes from token terminal, so that's where I pulled it. So each protocol sort of defines revenue separately, and then the total valuation. So like it's the price to sales multiple. So I take the fully diluted market cap and I divide it by the revenue, and that gives the multiple.
Okay. Because it could give a distorted view, right, with all the inflationary tokens, with who owns the revenue, right? I mean, if you look at Uniswap, it's very hard. I mean, it's a very profitable company. They make a lot of revenue. However, eventually that doesn't go to the token holders or to the equity holders at all, right?
Yeah, it's very true. I was trying to estimate the net income margin of Uniswap relative to Coinbase. I think Coinbase is at like a 20 to 25% net income margin. My estimate was that the Uniswap net income margin was something like 80 to 85%, just because of the difference in headcount and operating costs, customer support, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, the nature of tokens, so the consequence of the fact that crypto companies are going to be valued on revenue is that I think governance tokens are going to evolve in a meaningful way, where a token must have a lien or a right on the dividend stream that comes from the protocol. There's no other way.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Hi, thank you very much. One of your first slides had 2.5 million DAUs across Web3. How do you measure that? Do you go beyond one wallet equals one user, or do we just simply assume that one wallet equals one user? Because that, we know from the previous speaker that roughly half of the volume on Uniswap comes from essentially bots, right? So if we assume that one wallet is one user, aren't we misleading ourselves?
Yeah, I just assume one wallet is one user. There's probably some discount function to apply. It's the same way of thinking about, like in the Web 2 world, that a user can have multiple email addresses, and the deduplication is really tough. So if we just start with the non-deduplicated, at least it gives us a good proxy.
All right. Hey, over by the door almost. Thank you so much for a fantastic presentation, as expected. I think you're probably one of the most experienced sort of data folks in the startup world, and you've been in it for a long time. So I'm curious if there are any metrics you feel like crypto companies should be looking more at, if there's like one specific or a set of metrics you feel like this is what really matters for startups and you're not seeing it in crypto?
Yeah, there's one metric that I've never seen in a crypto pitch, which is stunning to me, which is the cost of customer acquisition. And
that's called the token allocation programs, right?
Yeah, but so I did this analysis, right? So you've got one company, two different ways of acquiring customers. You can acquire them using tokens, or you can acquire them using venture dollars, right? And the way that you sort of level set is you say, like, if I give an airdrop, I'm diluting myself by a certain amount. And if I raise venture dollars, I'm also diluting myself by a certain amount. And then you run the math all the way through, and then you find that if you do a token airdrop, the cost of customer acquisition is 4 to 7 times bigger than it is spending a sales and marketing dollar. So to me, that makes no sense, right? Like and that has to change. And even like if you look at the Lido incentivized link, like if you wanted to, whatever, like Fred, I'm going to invite you to stake ETH in front of the merge. I get some cut of that. That's got an 18-month payback. And that means that that user, whatever, Fred has to stay on Lido for about 18 months in order for the company to make back what it paid in order to acquire that user. In a consumer business, that's death. Like that's 18-month payback for a B2B company spending or charging $50,000 a year for a product. Totally viable cost of customer acquisition. But in consumer, 3-month payback is like top decile, and 6-month payback is probably 50th percentile. And so if there's like one metric that's really going to matter in the next 12 to 18 months, it's cost of customer acquisition. And this is why I'm so, one of the theses I'm most excited about in crypto right now is I think half of all venture dollars raised going into crypto companies is going to go through marketing channels that don't yet exist. If you're a marketer at a Web3 company today, how do you grow? You've got two different options. You can either do a token drop, which, as I said, is 5 to 7 times more expensive than standard marketing channels, or you can go through sponsored social, which we all know doesn't scale. And so if you're a marketer today, you're going to need new channels that are going to be built, and I think that's a hugely exciting area to be.
Thank you.
Does it work? Oh, yes, it was. Sorry. Do you think there's, in the past few years, there's been a lot of FDIs and SAFs going out. Everything is token-based, and we're missing a lot of investment in actual scaffolding, like tooling, proper tooling. Like Dune is technically a tool, and there's, like they've said, they've been potential launchpads for several other products. But everything is token-based. Everything is cent prices. Everything is what can we LP. Everything is what value can we get, but attributed to a token. In Web 2, we've seen some of the biggest growth be equity-based, and that model has potentially been destroyed with token models. Do you really see like a paradigm shift in investment for tooling? Because it's a hard business case to make to a VC, because you don't see the tokens, they're not liquid enough. But do you see people shifting, at least?
Yeah, so I think there are two fundamental innovations that we're talking about here. One is there's decentralized and centralized databases, which I would call a Web3 company. And then there's the capital markets innovation of waiting to go public for 12 years on average as a classic company, or ICOing in 12 months. Those are separate. And I think like the ICOs are basically a way for startups to get around all the regulations to go public in the US and in other geos. I think that in the near term, like the short term ICOs, they're going to continue to happen, but they'll become less and less prevalent. I think one regulation is going to push it out so you can't go public immediately. You might have to go public after 4 years. And then the second thing that's going to happen is these tokens, as I said before, they're going to have some lean on future revenue or dividend streams. The other thing that I kind of talked about was that these companies are going to start to be valued as a function of revenue. And so I think like Web 2 software companies and Web 3 software companies are going to look basically the same in 2 or 3 years. They're going to be valued on revenue. They'll be mostly equity. They will decide at some point in the future how to go public. They could go public on the New York Stock Exchange or the Hang Seng or the Chinex Exchange, or they can go public on Uniswap or Coinbase. And that'll just be a different way of getting liquidity with a slightly different instrument.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. So it's a two-part question. You mentioned Ethereum valuation is comparable to Mongo. So how did you go about valuing Ethereum? And second thing you mentioned was over time, we'll see a majority of Ethereum transactions coming from L2 chains. What do you think how will that affect Ethereum price?
Great, two great questions. So I looked at Mongo's trailing enterprise value divided by trailing 12 months, and I looked at ETH's market cap divided by the sum total of the gas fees over the previous 12 months. And they were trading at the same rate, same multiple, which is stunning, right? I mean, they're basically both databases. But the crazy part was that ETH's revenue is an order of magnitude bigger, and the growth rate at the time was significantly higher. Now there's a lot more volatility. The second part of the question is, what happens to ETH prices when L2s consume the majority of the transactions? I don't know. I don't know. I think it's really hard to say. I think ETH becomes so my dad used to be a banker, And I didn't really understand how banks worked until like one day he sat me down. He said, like, Tom, like at 4 o'clock on every Friday, or sorry, at the end of every day, I go to a particular office. He was working in Brussels at the time, and we sit around with the 5 or 6 major banks in Belgium, and we borrow and lend each other money to make each bank solvent. That's kind of how it works. Blew my mind. I think ETH is going to be like that, the settlement layer across all the different apps. Like at the end of every day or at the end of every settlement period, you go and you say like, okay, I'm short this or I need this, and I go to ETH and I basically settle and write the transactions. But all the stuff that's happening with like intraday trading, that's all happening on L2s. And so then the question is like, okay, how much value can you capture as that layer? And what is the revenue stream? And it's too early to tell. And with the merge and all that stuff, there's too many big pieces moving to have a strong point of view.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for the great slides and presentation. But talking about strong opinion, I wonder why do you have such a strong opinion on revenue being a primary driver of valuation? Are there currently correlations established between governance token valuation to the market and its ability to capture revenue? That's one question. And also, I guess, a lot of the upside that VCs derive from their investment into tokens comes from the fact that the valuation that are occurring on the markets come from not necessarily sophisticated investors. And in the past, it's been shown that companies have grown their portfolios and their assets quite drastically by actually investing in tokens that maybe did not manage to capture revenue. So yeah, and also are we treating?
Wait, I'm going to lose your questions. So let's do the first one and the second one and the third one. Okay, what was the first one again?
The first one is, why are you so sure about revenue being a primary driver for looking at the valuation of any crypto project out there, right? Because there's different theses that have different arguments.
Yeah, I think if you're an investor in across any asset class and you have $1, you have to make a case for when you invested in something that it's going to increase by a certain amount, and it has to be based on something. Otherwise, you're gambling, right? And if you take a look at Coinbase's user base and trading volumes, they've gone from 0% institutional to 70% institutional since the beginning of the company. Institutional investors in particular are super important in this ecosystem, because if we want to increase the GDP into crypto, they're controlling hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars. That needs to come into the ecosystem to support these companies when they go public, to become long-term token holders and make sure that the LP pools are stable and all that kind of stuff. And so for an institutional investor, if they've got $100 million to put into a particular place, they're going to have to make some investment case to their investment committee that the token that they're buying is at a favorable price to where it's going to be in the future. That has to be on revenue.
But so, by consequence, isn't this depreciating the idea that we can somewhat, at least the fantasy maybe that we had a few years back, that we could reinvent business models and the way we are actually capturing value through tokenization? Because if at the end of the day all that matters is revenue, what is the difference between a Web3 project and a Web2 company? Yeah.
Well, I think the token model allows you to distribute the wealth differently than you would with stocks, right? So in the United States, I think like 90% of stocks are owned by 10% of people. That's an unfair wealth we could say that's an unfair wealth distribution. I think the promise of tokenization was that the people who made a service great, like the Uber drivers or the people doing steps on Step N, could actually benefit from it. The major difference between a token and a share is that let me take a step back. In the late 1990s, there was a company, an online travel agency, that tried to pay its users with stock, which is exactly the same idea as what a lot of crypto companies are doing today. And they went public and they had lots of problems. One problem was that all their customers moved. So how do I tell them that they now have a share in a publicly traded company? Blockchain solves that. Wallet address. The other things, they had different regulatory challenges because each of these people booking online flights who are in different geos. Okay, crypto solves that, right, through the centralized exchanges and decentralized exchanges. And there were a whole bunch of other regulatory issues. And so, like, that promise is still there and important. Being able to use tokens or equity equivalents in order to incentivize a consumer base and reward them for making a marketplace or the next generation service valuable, that's a big idea. That idea is not going away, even if the token is tied to revenue. It's now suddenly enabled by the fact that we've got wallets and blockchains.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I think we're on time. Thank you, everyone, and please give a great round of applause for Tomasz. Now that was great. A lot of alpha and pure investment knowledge and acumen, right, in that presentation, packed. I'm very excited because we're moving on with the wizard panel, and that's probably one of the most interesting and exciting sessions for you too. We're going to have 4 of our top Dune wizards in a panel hosted by our very own Florian, or as you know him as OX Boxer. Yeah, in 4 or 5 minutes, we're going to start with that. Thank you. Awesome. So welcome back, everyone. It's great to see that the room is even more packed now that the other session is on break. We have probably one of the most engaging and I guess fun parts of the event, which is the wizard panel. And I'm very happy to invite on stage Florian, or Boxer, our host for the night. Please give him a big round of applause. Quite the celebrity across the Dune ecosystem. Hildebert, or I'll just use the Dune names just for quicker, but you can see Hildebert Moulié. Kofi, or Nifty Table. And Chuxin. Please, let's give them a very big, very warm round of applause. And Florian, you can take it from there.
Yes, exciting. Yeah, this panel was really, my idea is kind of to show people that working in Web3 data science is really not rocket magic or rocket science. It's something that's very approachable, and I kind of have invited a panel of my top wizards and also friends nowadays, because I think each of their stories is very individual, and it kind of shows that you can find many ways to roam, and roam in that case being like finding a job in Web3. And for that purpose, we're kind of going to explore each of their stories individually, and then at the end, we're kind of going to bring it together and explore how can you become a Web3 data science? Where would you start today? What's the path? And really, how can you make a career in this space? And especially using Dune Analytics, right? So yeah, I think we're going to start with Kofi. And first of all, what do you do today, Kofi? What's your role?
Yeah, so today I work as a partner at One Confirmation. So Richard, who did the first talks, my boss, and yeah. We're an early stage crypto VC.
Okay. What did you do before? What was your day-to-day job before?
Yeah, so my day job before I got into crypto full time was I was working as a transport planner. Optimizing railway timetables and that sort of stuff. Really atoms, not bits type thing, not digital at all. Yeah.
Okay. I see. What's your background in general?
I studied civil engineering at university, so also not software related at all, not crypto related at all. But uni is how I got into crypto because, I just had friends who introduced me to Ethereum mining in 2017, and that was my way in.
And so I guess between being having a traditional job and going into this Web3 space, there's a transition period.
Yeah.
So what was your kind of transition period like? What are some of the things you did that helped you transition into this Web3 world?
Yeah, so the transition was very much you do your day job, evenings and weekends is crypto, and broke graduate engineer, you don't really have money to be involved in the space through trading. And I was a big data nerd. So the way that I met people and kind of engaged in stuff was through data science, figuring out answering my own questions about where money was going and who was making money and all of this. And the important part of the transition was when I stopped answering questions just for myself and actually started engaging with other people, sharing data insights that I found on Reddit and on Twitter, and actually reaching out to wizards who I respected, like Richard, who I work with now, and yeah, just helping people out and meeting with people, and that's when you start to get opportunities inbound to move into crypto full time, and yeah, as simple as that.
Yeah. You're kind of underselling yourself. So you started a crypto newsletter in early 2020, or an NFT-focused newsletter. I guess early 2020, late 2020, when NFTs weren't even a thing. People were oh yeah, there's mooncats and that's it. And tell me a bit more about that story.
Yeah, so I mean that was it was an NFT market data newsletter. I mean basically late 2020. Volume started to pick up, not volume that we see today, but people were selling NFTs for $50K and stuff, and I was $50K, this is insane. How is this possible? And it just kind of made sense because, it's another piece of the jigsaw puzzle. It's fungible tokens let you do all the financial stuff, and then with non-fungible tokens, you can expand the blockchain use cases to everything that isn't financial. And so it just made sense to me but I didn't have like money to get involved through trading. So the way I got involved was like writing this newsletter. And so every week for about a year, I would like answer a new question about like, what is the user base of all of these marketplaces, or who are the top trading collectors, or like all of these NFT artists are making money, like the folk who are making 100K plus a year, what kind of art are they making, and when are they making it, and all of these questions that I had, and then people started to ask me questions, and kind of a long year of just kind of grinding that out every single week, evenings and weekends, whilst I was doing my day job as well, and it was great for learning, because like, that's how I met you, like in Discord, like answering my early questions, and Richard was answering my early questions and all of that stuff. And it's like basically fully responsible for like me getting the opportunity to like work in this space full time and all that.
Yeah. Exciting story. Really like respect the hustle for like starting that newsletter, and just like every week you'd have like a new thing in your inbox. It was very exciting. Very cool, very inspiring. So Chuxin, so I guess, what's your current role? Where do you work at? What do you do?
So I'm currently in the data team at Optimism. And before that, I was working in the data analytics team at a company called Canva.
Okay, so Canva is not web, like that's Web 2 stuff, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay. And what did you kind of do to like ease yourself into Web 3, or like maybe what were like the communities you engaged with? Kind of like what was your journey into like this Web 3 space like?
Yeah, I think at the very beginning, so I kind of have like 2 different lives. I mean, even before Canva, I was originally coming from a finance investment banking background, so I was never ever really technical at the beginning, but I'm most of the time actually driven by curiosity. So when I first entered into the tech industry, that was because I find it super interesting and fascinating. I think this is the forefront of the next generation kind of like innovation. So I got into that via like data science, data analytics stuff, and then in the meantime, because me driven by the curiosity, so I also started looking into crypto, and I'm like, I have no idea what's happening, but it's really interesting. And the more I look into it, the more fascinated I become, because sometimes it's not just about the technology, but also what's beyond, especially like since last year, there was boom in NFTs and also previously like DeFi. That involves finance, culture, governance, and everything. So that's just brings all the things that I'm interested in into one place. And that's why I'm like, yeah, that's the next big thing that I want to get into.
Yeah. And how did you start to get involved? Like similar to how Kofi started his newsletter and kind of just putting out content.
Yeah.
I think you chose like a different journey, which is like engaging very intimately with like communities.
Yeah, definitely a different path, because I can't really keep myself accountable for writing newsletters on a weekly basis. What I did, I think initially I was just quietly following a lot of the crypto data people. So one of the people is Andrew, and then I think last year in October he just posted, there's a co-branded kind of program, our network and Dune, and he's gonna pick 30 people from across the world, and we're gonna have this kind of 30-day, everyone studying doing analytics and doing blockchain data analytics together. And through that program, that's also how I get to know like all the people sitting here and the data community. So I would say like I'm definitely benefiting a lot from that, and also getting lots of inspiration, because via the program, what I've learned is that first of all, in crypto and in blockchain, everything is open source, and it's super important to share your findings and insights and your analysis to the public. So by doing that, you kind of like just naturally grow your kind of credentials and reputation in the space, and that's how I kind of like gradually starting to get into it.
Yeah, interesting. And like, is there any like freelance work or something you did like during like transition phase?
Yeah, definitely. I think the transition phase was kind of, now I think about it, it's kind of crazy, because I have my full-time job, and then once I finish my full-time job, close my work laptop, then I switch to my personal laptop, open Discord, and it becomes a completely different world. And nobody really knows about it, but I'm like, just kind of doing things around the clock, which is kind of insane. Now I think about it, and I also don't know where I have all this energy to begin with. Maybe there's a phase when you're just like super pumped and super passionate about something, and you are so willing just to use your free time to do it and learn the stuff. And yeah, that's how I kind of transition. But yeah, it's kind of probably not recommended for everyone if you want to have like a balance.
Okay, I see. So yeah, very cool story. So Hildebert, what did you do before you like became the grandest Dune wizard of them all?
That's a lot to live up to. But I am a Dragonfly, a data scientist, and I used to be a freelancing Dune wizard on the side. And I actually had my master's studies that were focusing on data modeling and computational science, alongside as well a job in Web 2 at a company called Vesper, where I was a data scientist also working on forecasting and data modeling. And as I grew on Dune, I guess I slowly fiddled out of those two things and dropped out of my studies once I do not recommend you drop out your studies, by the way. But I did once I realized that everything I was going on Dune, like I was getting a lot of traction, some jobs and some freelancing work, and yeah, once that like gained traction, I realized this was going to be more valuable than my masters could have been. No one was asking for my CV when I was working in crypto, so yeah, I took the leap and dropped out, and also slowly filled it out of my job, my Web 2 job which is in the dairy industry, very Web 2.
Yeah, okay, I see. And I guess so you really took it the next step with the freelancing, I think, or like not even the freelancing, but just like you pushed out a lot of content. And what was that kind of driven by? Like, is that your own curiosity, or like was there like a grand schema to all of this, or was it just like, oh yeah, like a shiny new thing, let's like look at this?
I think I started like a year and a half ago looking into Dune more out of curiosity and trying to understand what's going on in the blockchain and how it works. So for like personally understanding. And then it started gaining traction, so I realized, okay, there's like I can actually share some things and people care about it, which is cool. And I grew that way over time. But the way I worked as a freelancer was I kind of divided my time as like 80% looking into what I'm curious, like just sharing it as kind of marketing for myself, I guess, and 20% taking like contract work and getting money to for every month. But yeah, and it wasn't that long-lived of a freelancing career, but I slowly went into it, kind of with always within that in mind. I was looking for whatever job. I was always looking for something, and I was waiting to see the job offer that matched what I wanted, I guess.
Okay, I see. Very cool story.
But yeah, you have the best
you have
story.
The best
yeah,
story
I think
of
you
us
also
all.
have a best story.
The most degenerate story out of all.
Yeah.
Like I said.
So to answer my own questions, I guess. So I was just a student before. So like I dropped out of my bachelor's actually to join Dune. And how I did that was just, I was like freelancing like during DeFi summer. Like I worked with Pickle, with Barnbridge, with Finance, with Yearn, a lot of different protocols. And eventually I realized that I had this skill, which was like in high demand, but like it wasn't that well known. It was like Dune was this like tiny thing, like sometimes came out up on Twitter, but not a lot of people were really aware of it. And basically I realized like, hey, I have this skill, and like if that skill like goes out of fashion, I'm done. So what I thought about doing is like, hey, like me just like help people in the Dune Discord and kind of really like give back to the community, because like I think that's like a general ethos in the Web3 space, that people just really like helping each other out. It's like I can ask you a question about like any NFT protocol, and you'd be like, oh yeah, sure, like let me help you out. And like the same pretty much goes for like even like total anons, which you just like meet in some Discord. It's like usually people are like super nice and super like giving back, because usually they share that experience of like somebody has taught them as well. So I think that's like a very common thing in crypto, and like I had experienced that in my like whole DeFi journey. So then like when I had a skill that I could share, I was just like, yeah, like let me, like of course, like out of self-interest as well, like I wanted Dune to succeed, but by Dune succeeding, like I succeeded, like my like probability of success would also go up. So yeah, I just started helping out in Dune Discord, and yeah, eventually Fredrik reached out and was like, hey, like don't you actually want to do this as a job? So yeah, very fun story. So yeah, so I guess like the commonality that we all see here is kind of like just being in public. Hildebert, like, is there anything you can say to that?
As in, like, what do you mean, building in public and how?
Yeah, like what do you think is like the difference between like just doing stuff for yourself or like actually going out and like sharing all of this stuff?
Oh well, I wouldn't be here if I didn't do it in public. So there's that, and yeah, for me, like I guess it got my name out there, and it got me into opportunities I had no chance of getting if I wasn't doing this in public. And I can also have, I think it's an ethos kind of we share that about like just common good that we like to build and like just share for the world to see. Most of the analytics I do is because I'm frustrated because I can't find it, and I'm like, that should be there somewhere, and it's weird it isn't. So I'll go ahead and surface it myself. I surface a lot of high-level dashboards on many different topics, but that's my approach to things, I would say.
So just like you look like what am I interested in, and then you're just like, if it's not there, I'm just gonna go ahead and build it.
Yeah, it was like I started looking into DEX data originally back a year and a half ago. That was interesting. It didn't gain much traction, but it was interesting. And then came summer and NFT summer and stuff. So I looked into NFTs, and that took off. That was pretty cool. I also looked into Ethereum gas, into staking, into filtering out wash trading. I'm probably missing some stuff, but yeah, a bunch of different things, whatever I'm curious about. I'm a very curious-driven person, I would say.
Okay, I see. And then just publishing those results, and then you're like, yeah, makes a lot of sense. So Nifty, what brought you to like build in public? Was it like, so you shared earlier that like, okay, I can't participate like monetarily, so I'm just gonna be like the guy to like kind of share this information with the world?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even really think it was like anything like altruistic like that. It was just that I understood that, yeah, I couldn't make gains like in the money sense, but like so much of crypto is like right now, especially because the space is so small, it's like a social network, and I didn't know anybody who could like help me get in full time or like give me opportunities, and so it's really just about putting out like proof of expertise, like, okay, I am one of the people who knows what's going on, and like, you know, I'm hardworking, and I've got like, there's evidence here that like you can rely on me for stuff, and yeah, so I just wanted to, yeah, just have proof out there that like I was a reliable person who knew what was going on, so that I could get opportunities for myself, and I think that the main differentiator for me was that, like, there are so many people on Dune whose queries are much better than mine, who are like technically smarter and also like more like proficient than I am in actual data science. But a lot of like wizards who don't get as much attention as they should, like the difference is really just one of like formatting. Like, you know, like just basic stuff like, oh, like a title that people can understand, and nice colors, and like you've organized the charts nicely, and if there's any jargon, you like have like a thing to explain, like this is what TVL means for like people who are new and stuff, and then like you know, also like being cross-channel about it, like so you do the dashboard, and then you write a newsletter, and then you write a Twitter thread to like summarize the stuff. That's just like nobody wants to read well, unless it's like by someone like 4156 or 6529, no one wants to read a 30-bit thread. So it's just like, here are the 3 things that you need to do, and this is the one number that you wanted to know about, like where this money is going and who's doing the stuff, and just yeah, just being good in the communication, and like even bothering to communicate, and also like not having the fear of like my stuff isn't good enough yet. Because when I started out, like, I knew nothing, when I started out on Dune, I knew nothing about SQL. I'd never written SQL before. Like, looking back, there was even, like, stuff I put out at the very beginning that just had that was just wrong. I had to go back and correct later. Like even now, like I have some dashboards. I'm terrible at maintaining my dashboards. I need to go back and like maintain some of them. But like if you're like afraid that like, oh, someone's going to find my mistake, then you just never put out anything and then you never get anything. So you got to like put it out. Someone will tell you that's a mistake. You go out, you put out the right thing, and then, you know, you just kind of go on like that.
Yeah, okay, I see. Chuxin, what is some of the public work that you have produced that kind of, I think like what I already see is kind of like the public work in the end like really helps you get a job. Like if Hildebert hadn't like put out all of these public goods, like he wouldn't have the job. Like if you hadn't like done this newsletter and all the like networking you did, like you wouldn't have this job. And I think you engaged with communities like a lot more and kind of like became a like in Metrics DAO and like even for us like hosting this whole bounty thing.
Yeah, that's definitely the trend I'm seeing because I'm definitely not generating as many like public dashboards as the other two does. But I think what I've been doing, what I kind of come up with is, I think my work, which is like contributing to the community, like contributing to DAOs or like in Dune, and also like what Kofi and Dobby has been doing about like putting your data in front of the public is more about creating value. So if what you do is actually creating value, then people will just naturally come to you. Like you will grow your followings, you will grow your reputations. So yeah, like I think what I did, sometimes I kind of like underestimate how much I know because I'll be like, oh yes, when I was in Canva, we've been doing DBTs from the very beginning, and nobody in like, well, at least like when I first started looking into it, I don't know much about like in the crypto data kind of industry, people using DBT. But later on, flip side, I was doing that. Dune has been like having a spell book, and people found out I had like a DBT tutorial thing on YouTube, and this is how they kind of started learning DBT and starting to contribute to all this like public open source data GitHub. So yeah, I think that's basically how you kind of adding value in various different ways, and that's just my take on this.
Yeah. So all of you are like made men now or made women. So like when you would start today, like what would you kind of do? Maybe like what are the communities you would engage with? What's like a approach that you think works? Maybe Kofi, you can go first.
Yeah, I mean, I think that like the formula is the same. Like even if like data isn't your thing, like if you wanted to get into smart contract engineering or front end engineering or whatever it was, it's like really just a very simple like two-step process of like first of all like finding the right Discord for like the thing. So for Dune, there's Dune Discord, and then there's Metrics DAO Discord and other kind of data stuff. And like you have questions already. Like the reason why you're interested in that thing is because you want some end result. Like if you're interested in data science, you want to be able to answer some questions. If you want to do smart contract stuff, you want to be able to build a protocol. So you just go in and you just ask people how to do stuff, and then they tell you how to do stuff. And then you go and like make it work, you practice, make it work. And once it's working, you share it. And then you just keep doing that again and again. So you answer your own question or do the thing that you want to do, and then you share it, and you just do that two-step process again and again and again. And it's just it's difficult because it requires work, but it's a very simple thing. There's like no like, secret formula or algorithm or like, dark underbelly or whatever. Like there are so few people putting out like useful, valuable stuff that if you just do it consistently enough, folk will start to notice you. Like really, like people who you think would never like pay attention to you because they're like too high up in the industry will pay attention because like most people who come into the space are like just trying to make a quick buck or just trying to shitpost or something like that, like, as opposed to actually put out useful things. So like, within a month, 2 months, 3 months, you keep showing up and people keep seeing your face and then they start reaching out and you have optionalities. Like, I didn't know when I started like sharing things whether I wanted to start my own startup or go work somewhere. I didn't even think of VC as an option. Like I had no plans of going into VC at all, but like that was an option that came to me because like, I just created like a social proof, that kind of stuff, and it just comes there.
Yeah. Chuxin, where would you kind of start today, or what would you like anybody in this room who like wants to sit here on the next DuneCon panel.
Yeah, I think
what would you
I think very similar to what Kofi said, but I think the first step is find out where your interest is, and then find your community. So once you're in that community, just start contributing, be helpful. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to know everything from the beginning, but just be helpful. Learn things with people together, and as I mentioned before, just add value in various ways. I'm pretty sure like every single person, like every one of you sitting here will have something to show to the rest of the community. So just like be present and be helpful.
Yeah, just show up. Yeah, really. Yeah. Hildebert, your take.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of happy with the way I started, but like I think we have a similar way where I started focusing on a single protocol and looking in deep dive into this because no one else has surfaced those stats, and kind of getting into sharing that with the community of that protocol and growing from there at first before expanding out. I think you also have a similar approach, and I think that there's a huge opportunity for analysts to study into a protocol, to look into a protocol and look into the stats and actually share them with whatever the community of that protocol is, and hopefully they'll notice you if it's valuable. If it's valuable info, yeah, hopefully that made sense. So yeah, like growing as a small community first and expanding out, I think is a good strategy. Then, when I focused on more macro level stuff, my goal was probably more to make it like newsletters and podcasts and have more eyes on me that way, I guess, and try to grow. Somewhat marketing or something. I don't know how you would call that, but try to grow my exposure, I guess. And that's the most valuable thing. But if you're really interested in a protocol and you really like it, just go and analyze some stuff, even if without even talking to them, analyze something and surface stats that are interesting that aren't surfaced yet. Share those, and I'm pretty sure 90% of the time they'll be very interested and reach out to you. That I think is a common thing that is underexplored by most data scientists.
Yeah, permissionless contributions, like huge thing. Where it's just like, you guys obviously don't have a Dune dashboard, like let me just build one and like just post the link in the Discord, and like sometimes it's like crickets. You're just like, okay, like this doesn't have to seem to hit the mark, but sometimes like the community and the developers are very happy about it, and like I've gotten good tips, like let's call it like that. So yeah, kind of, I think both you and Kofi, you kind of engaged in brand building. So like how important, and like I did that as well. Like when I started my kind of persona, it was like, yeah, I'm gonna like, I have this new pseudonym, which is like a 0x boxer, and like I'm gonna be like a worker in like the house. Now I work at a centralized company, like that didn't quite turn out. But how important do you think is kind of like kind of thinking of a brand? Like it's kind of like Hildebert is definitely a brand. Like if I say Hildebert, like everyone here kind of will know who Hildebert is. If I say Nifty Table was your alias before, like a lot of people will kind of know, like especially in the NFT space, like, oh yeah, it's a good newsletter, or like, yeah, that guy like always posts stuff, like good stuff on Twitter. Like how important do you think like is something like that versus like, yeah, not even versus, like how important, like is there like a special emphasis on this in Web3?
I think the one thing that like a lot of wizards are doing is surfacing data, but it's terribly shown and displayed. And I think there's a I don't understand why visualization is so. I mean, people take so little care of it, where it's probably the most important thing, almost more than the stats you share sometimes. Like you could easily rework existing dashboards and make them actually look good, and I think that would gain a lot of traction. And when I open a dashboard, I don't want to have a blob on your life. I couldn't care less. I just want to see the stats. So keep it concise, keep it easy to read, and when I look at the chart, I want to directly know what I'm looking into. So yeah, keeping it really concise, straight to the point, making sure that also when you share it on Twitter, you keep the thing concise and you don't have a whole story of whatever your life, or just keep it straight to the point, I think, is the main thing I would recommend.
Yeah, and I mean, on the question of like whether or not brand is important, like it depends. A brand is important if you don't know what you want to do exactly. Like I said before, I didn't know whether I wanted to like work somewhere or do a startup. I didn't even know anything about VC. If I'd known specifically what I wanted to do, then sure, like I might have just been able to go straight to that instead of like trying to build an audience, because like I could have, learned how to use Dune from the tutorials and by asking people, and then just gone straight to like making stuff specifically for venture firms so that then they would hire me, or like go straight to like using Dune API now to like make my SaaS and charge and make $1 million and ride off into the sunset, whatever the plan is, right? Like you could go straight to that. But if you don't exactly know what you want, then doing the brand thing by creating value for people and sharing and being good at communication is great, because like opportunities will start to come inbound and you can try out different opportunities and like get a feel of like what you want. Like it's just you get more information coming in, and you don't need to just kind of be certain from the start or like have some high conviction from the start on what you want to do.
Yeah, I see. We are out of time, so I have a few more questions too, but come up to us if you want any advice. We're all very happy to talk to you. And thanks for listening. Thanks for sharing your stories, guys. Very interesting. I hope some of the wizards here have learned something and now have a better understanding of how they can break into Web3 data science. It's really not something very far away. It's literally like you open your laptop, you build a dashboard, you share it on Twitter. Tag the Dune Analytics account. That's a good life hack that Hildebert be abused. You probably get a retweet if it's good content. And in that way it's... you can break into the space kind of easily.
Yeah, it's just good, yeah.
Awesome. Thanks to our top wizards for a great panel and a lot of insights on how to make it as a Dune wizard. We're going to have another short break of about an hour or so. You can, go outside, mingle, network, do whatever you want, but I would strongly urge you to visit the second room on the same floor, which has the whole or most of the Dune team there. And if you have any questions, feedback, requests, or whatever you want to tell us, I think that's an opportunity to meet most of us there and just, talk with us. And for those of us who are in the live stream, because we don't forget about you guys, if you have any questions or thoughts or feedback or whatever you want, just send us a message on Discord, on Twitter, on email. We're also happy to answer anything, especially if it pertains to the API, which was announced a few hours ago. Thank you and enjoy the break. See you soon.
I love the way we synchronize. We synchronize. Let the moment crystallize. Don't think twice. Yeah. Feel the scan of mine. Forget about the time. Floating on a purple crowd. Out the morning song as you hold me in your arms. We ain't ever coming down. And all this smoke in the sky got me feeling so blue. Burning down the city while I'm here with you. Smoke in the sky and I'm holding you tight. Yeah, 'cause I love the way we synchronize. Synchronize. Just the light. Don't think twice. I love the way we synchronize. We synchronize. Just the light. Don't think twice. I love the way. I love the way we synchronize. I love the way. I love the way we synchronize.
Everybody from the top, make the groove shake your body, don't stop. Falling behind, then you better catch up. From the hill to the top, north to south, of the kids in the back. Now listen up, a revolution is only begun. Now move your feet to the back of the drum. No matter who you are or where you're from, move to the mood of the music, let it be as one. Listen up, show the world that you can't stop. Now hold your head high and put your hands up. And if you miss your shot, take it back, start again, reinvent and just get back up. Don't stop, you can stay with me too. Stand up, baby, when it hurts you, dance till you drop. You know you want to. Stand up to the beat of the drum. Let the music play, let the beat make your troubles go away. Now let the sunshine forget yesterday. 'Cause we're living, you're living in the sunshine. Hey, now let the band play. Live like the heart, forget your mistakes. 'Cause now we're living in the sunshine. Stay, I'm really just to get you started already.
on the floor, standing in a river that's dry to the bone. See the warm air rising, distorting everything that we know. I can feel it, can you feel it? Look into the heavens to show. Pushing off to a place where we think we can move, roots down and lay back. Higher and higher in spirals, turning in circles inside us, crossing the line that divides us. Believe before this time we'll make it alright. Higher and higher in spirals, turning in circles inside us, crossing the line that divides us. Believe before this time we'll make it alright. Higher and higher in spirals, turning in circles inside us, crossing the line that divides us. Believe before this time we'll make it alright. Higher and higher in spirals, turning in circles inside us, crossing the line that divides us. Believe before this time we'll make it alright.
Salziger Schweiß, Bewegungen der Seelen. Hier spielen sie kraftvolle Musik. Warum nicht tanzen kommen? Es ist ganz natürlich. Komm, tanzen, komm, tanzen, komm, tanzen, komm, tanzen.
my bridges, I'm pulling up the ropes, deleting all the codes. No, I'm not that man, you know. You walk into a trap, then you walk into your youth. You live in all that love with a pair of dusty boots. So won't you tell me if I'm dreaming? I need to know just where I stand. But it turns out my head's useless. That maybe I'm a better man. So won't you tell me if I'm dreaming? I need to know just where I stand. But it turns out my head's useless. Maybe I'm a better man. So won't you tell me if I'm dreaming? I need to know just where I stand. But it turns out my head's useless. Maybe I'm a better man. fool. Time to get under the spotlight. Time to ignore every rule. Then it came from above. An act of love. It was an act of love. Then it came from above. An act of love. It was an act of love. I had a wild fever, head in my hands. I was a born believer, head full of plans. Till you, still I wanna tell you. Faith is my weapon, love is my shield. Had nothing to lose, so much to reveal. Till you, still I wanna tell you. It was an act of love. We were there in the good times. We walked on to the back. We still shone when the lights went out. Tell you now, still I wanna tell you now. I had a wild fever, head in my hands. I was a born believer, head full of plans. Tell you, still I wanna tell you. Faith is my weapon, love is my shield. Have nothing to lose, so much to reveal. Wild fever, I'm still a born believer. It was an act of love. Tell you now, still I wanna tell you now. Tell you now, came from above. Tell you now, still I wanna tell you now. Tell you now, came from above. It was an act of love. Faith is my weapon, love is my shield. Got nothing to lose, so much to reveal. It was an act of love. Faith is my weapon, love is my shield. Got nothing to lose, so much to reveal. It was an act of love. repetition, repetition, revealing the day. Are we the future? I'm curious, curious. Will you want me? Will you want me when you got me? Are you gonna love me? Tell me I'm a future seeker, seeking a free guy. Wanna know now, gotta know that. And know I know the know I shouldn't be so curious. You got me curious.
feelings. Like you touch the sky. Like you touch the sky. Hear your heart. Like you touch the sky.
I was on the F train, thinking about a holiday. I was on the M1, dreaming about my getaway. Rest, right, reset, in-flight headset, feeling like I'm 15, wandering with misfits, and all in silence. Purples, violets, a kind of cursive quiet, one with the starry eyelids, a sweet unsweetened, an Eve uneven, the lights trailed like incense to the figure in the distance. You are all I need. Nothing said could change a thing. Where you go, I go. Just say I'll be.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back after a short break. As we still have people coming in, I'd love to first let you know that on the other room, room number 2, we have a very interesting workshop presentation by Lido. So Greg and Irina from Lido are going to talk about how to do interesting analytics with Dune. So if you're into that, definitely go check that out. But in this room, we have something equally interesting and for me personally very, very important. We have a dear friend and the person who introduced me to Dune in the first place, a wizard who is now a founder, who's going to speak exactly about that journey, about the wonderful path from a data analyst and Dune wizard to becoming a great and promising founder now. Elias Simos from Rated, one of the probably top wizards on Dune, and someone who, without him, I wouldn't be here today because his dashboards led me to this amazing place. So, Elias, the floor is yours.
All right. Hello, everybody. I'm Elias, or Elias. There's more vowels than consonants in the name, so pronunciations vary. I'm going to speak to you today about my personal story through, basically where my personal story and the Dune story intersects, and hopefully surface some interesting anecdotes from Dune prehistory. I understand that many of you in the audience are newer entrants. I'm also one of Dune's earliest users and have kind of been through many trials and tribulations together with the platform as the platform grew to be the awesome thing that it is today, starting from equally awesome roots. So a little bit about myself. So I am the co-founder at a company called Rated. I will make sure to let you know what Rated is and what we do. It's actually ties in really well with what Dune is about, but we'll cover that stuff a little bit later. I was previously with Coinbase as a Protocol specialist for a couple years, been working in the infrastructure space and have been, before that, I've been in crypto since about 2018, working for a fund, started as an analyst, and they're kind of this is where I really realized how much wealth of data there is in the intersection of crypto and data and blockchains and so on. And as an analyst, you try and work the data to actually find the alpha and drive returns for the fund, because this is what the fund does. So you might know me from CryptoPunks, the CryptoPunks dashboard, the Bitcoin on Ethereum dashboard, the Bridge Away dashboard, but I think my most prized contribution to Dune has been this meme right here, which is basically the Bushido, the etiquette of sharing content of Dune with proper attributions. And don't forget to give stars to authors, because they also have egos and sometimes they're fragile. So what is this talk about? Like I told you, it's about Dune's story, my story, hopefully highlight the good times, some interesting anecdotes, and then we'll take it from beginning to end. And also, by way of a little dummy query being there, can anybody spot the error in the query? There's no on the join. All right, and also before we get deeper into it, I know anticipation is building up. Some housekeeping items. Boxer is not a horse in real life. I'm still surprised the third or fourth time that I meet him, and it's still the same. Commas belong to the end of the statement. That's to the right. And lowercasing SQL is not cool. I do it all the time. It's an affliction. It's like smoking. You should stop doing it if you do it. All right, so where the story starts. So I'm this analyst. It's 2019, actually. I'm building this report. I'm looking for data. I'm working with all these APIs, Token Analyst API, rest in peace, a bunch of others. And then things are starting to pick up, right? there was a time in crypto where the most interesting thing that was happening was like Bitcoin inflows and outflows from exchanges. I kid you not. You'd post that stuff on Twitter with like a nice chart, and people would go like, "Oh my God, alpha! Let's trade." And then obviously that quickly withered away. But what came after that was the rise of Ethereum as an application platform, right? And a lot of like traction started actually happening in the depths of the bear market, and there were so many interesting things to track, but like these APIs couldn't actually like grow quickly enough to be able to give you the data that you were looking for, right? And so I'm speaking to my friend Tara Tan from IDO that I was working on this report with, and she's like, "Yo, I met this guy Fredrik, and they're working on this product that like you can use SQL to query the Ethereum blockchain," and I'm like, okay, this sounds interesting. And so I started like working on the platform, trying to kind of like hack together things. I didn't really know SQL, and then I met Fredrik in the fall of 2019 at the DeFi Summit in London, in Imperial College, and that's pretty much the courtyard like where we met. And you know, I was like, dude, awesome! Like, there's so much happening. I can't really figure out like how to track everything. And he's like, "Well, you should probably try this thing that we're building called Dune." And I'm like, "But I don't know SQL." And he's like, "Well, it's easier than you think. I can help you out." And so I started really getting on this journey of learning how to use Dune, right? And learning SQL at the time. And then we spent a bunch of time on Telegram with Fredrik on the other side, troubleshooting my really poor SQL syntax, right? Like, hey, how do I do this? How do I do that? How do I do that other thing? And Fredrik was just always there, always available, just like providing all the support that like a budding wizard would need. And even if the product, like this is for those of you that didn't see it before, kind of like the new amazing skin that Dune has. This is kind of like the early version of the product, and like the query section, and then the results section, and everything. And it was like, you know, it was a young product. It was slow. It was sometimes it would get stuck. You didn't know why it would get stuck, but it was addictive. For someone that was looking answers into what's happening in Ethereum, it was incredibly addictive. And then the more you understood the SQL syntax, the more you realize that you can actually like solve more interesting questions, right? And so that feedback loop kept you just like going and going and going and going. And eventually, you would get to something that actually made sense, right? And so try and try again and try again, and you would get to something that actually represents the truth. There were no more mistakes in the code. There were no more mistakes in the contract structure as you sort of mapped it out. Also, like a really interesting thing about Dune that I understood earlier on, it was like Dune helped me understand Ethereum a lot better than I would have otherwise. I'm not a software engineer. I don't understand Ethereum in like a super, super deep level, but through Dune, and actually like having to map out the data structures and how contracts work and what calls are versus what events are, and like all this weird and wonderful world of Ethereum. Happy merge day, by the way. It really kind of like helped me develop a more holistic view of what Ethereum is and how it works. And this is, I think, one of the first queries that I actually like got right. And then, you know, it's the DeFi Pulse, I think, view of the WBTC supply, and like, you know, comparing the two and being like, oh my God, this actually like, it is correct. So, you know, Fredrik was like, see, I told you, it's not that hard. And then finally, one day after, like, it was probably like, I guess 6 to 9 months of this back and forth and kind of like upskilling and learning and so on. One day I published this fully spec'd dashboard that was very janky. It was also like breaking a bunch of times, and I had to spend a bunch of time also troubleshooting. But it is still to this day like a dashboard that I'm proud of, right? Like it's capturing like a macro view of like an important subset of what's happening in Ethereum. And it's also like, you know, it kind of sparks joy. I mean, at least to me, nice colors. It's like not overloaded with information. Like you get everything that you need and no more. And so at that point, I was like, yes, finally, I know SQL now. And Fredrik was like, yes, finally, this guy's off my case. Through that journey, that's like a first-person story, right? And that's a first-person view of the story. But as you know, the core of what Dune is really about is this like incredible community of people, right? In the beginning, there was like a crazy man on a hill dancing naked, and people thought he was like totally crazy, and then another person comes and becomes a party, right? Similar story here. You realize that very quickly through kind of like the journey as a Dune user, that it's not like a player versus environment game, and it's not like a player versus player game. It's squarely a massive online RPG type game, right? And you got all your favorite characters from the leaderboard there, working as a clan together and going on quests, and you actually make great friends by the camaraderie that there is in this collaborative community, like people helping people resolve their questions about SQL, about queries, about contract structures, sharing information, and like having like good times on the internet together. So we've been on many adventures. I'm gonna stick with one in particular, which was one of the most fun times I've had on the internet to date, and it was that time where I think it was about summer last year, 2021, and Dune really started blowing up, like blowing up of the type that like Yahoo Finance is like pinching dashboards and tables and graphs and posting them, and Bloomberg, and like it was all over the news. DuneAnalytics.com, I don't know, it was Dune XYZ maybe at that time. In any case, and as this popularity started rolling in, people would always do it, but as this wave of people sharing and like retweeting and so on rolled in, people didn't actually give attribution to the authors of the queries, of the dashboard, or anything. And like I told you, authors have egos, and they're fragile. And so we went on this. This is a screenshot of Yahoo Finance, basically quoting one of my tables from the Bridgeaway dashboard, and me seeing it and seeing no attribution, neither to Dune, I think, nor to myself as an author. And I'm like, started from the bottom now. We're at the top of the weekly charts on Dune and getting quoted on Yahoo Finance without attribution, of course, GM. And with this wonderful group of wizards in this MMO RPG, we went on the stats leecher raid, right? We're like, this is not just. Something needs to change. People need to learn how to give proper attribution to the authors of Dune. And so, the band of wizards got together, and you see some of the outrage from the wizard community that made it to Twitter. Danner and Kofi that was on the panel before, and then Richard in the shadows, and then I clearly remember it was a Sunday, and I was livid, and I spent all my Sunday being a keyboard warrior, Fredrik on the other side, and he was like, I know, it sucks, we're gonna do something about it. And then I think 2 or 3 days later, Dune pushed this feature that you now all know, which is basically the attribution to the author on every sort of screen that exists. Is it like a counter? Is it a table? Is it a chart? And so on. And I think it was Bernat's first feature that he pushed when he joined. Thank you. That was awesome. Or the time we did the fake stars raid. A few of us saw some dashboards conspicuously raising in popularity in Dune out of no time. And we started asking questions. We're like, where are all these stars coming from? It took a couple of runs and a little bit of detective work to actually figure out what was going on. But then, the team got on it and then dealt with it in a very graceful way. So congratulations for being, good stewards of your community, and congratulations to the community for not standing up to that type of injustice, because we do have egos and they are fragile. All of this to say that, and this talk is about, my journey and me becoming a founder, and what did I learn from all that, and how does it tie together to kind of like the stuff that I'm looking at today and how I spend my time. And the one thing is that it's important, right? And it's also not random that Dune has this community that it does today, because it all starts from Fredrik spending all this time with myself, with other people that were early on the platform, to just actually, listen to the user. Where's the pain point? Let's teach you some SQL. Let's just help you succeed as much as you can on this platform. And success is actually answering the questions that you have, right? Let's help you get unblocked. Because imagine what the story would be like if I rocked up to Fredrik in that courtyard and said, yo, I need answers. Can you get me them? Can you help me get them? And he goes sucks to be you, right? We wouldn't be here. The attention, the patience, and really kind of being very close to your users and driving those product feedback loops that Fredrik was talking about earlier today is a very important factor in the fact that we're all today here, I think. And of course, none of that would be possible without the hero behind the scenes, at least in that era, Mats, who was while we were playing silly games on Telegram, Mats was just holding the earth on his back, keeping the platform up and constantly pushing it forward. So thank you, Mats, for that. To recap a little bit, and then I will shortly move into exercising my license to shill mode, and I'll tell you a little bit about the stuff that we're working on and how this all ties back into Dune. But it's important to remember what Dune is. Dune is first and foremost a community of great people that help each other resolve their questions about what's happening in this Ethereum and now Solana and L2 world and all these great environments that Dune has launched support for. Dune is also, as you know, proof of work. By writing queries on Dune, and I'm sure all of you that have actually paid the time and care and attention to actually create work on Dune and so on, what I have found is that with a well-presented piece of work on Dune, what you communicate to the world is multiple things. You have some relative skill in understanding data, in curating information, in communicating information appropriately, and then eventually sparking joy, right? A dashboard within Dune is a product in and of itself. Right, and that's really important for all of you that are creating dashboards. You're curating information. You have responsibility in that, and you also have the potential to really do something that excites people, and people look to it for information. People come to me still, and they're like, man, your bridge dashboard is awesome, and why doesn't a standalone thing not exist like that? So to me, this is it wows me. I'd never fucking, excuse my French, I never imagined that a dashboard would actually elicit that type of reaction from people. So it's something to respect and take good care of. But most importantly, Dune is a conduit of truth. And what that means is that, the popular narrative goes that blockchain data are open and the blockchains are transparent and you can just go and like grab the data and see what happened, right? Wrong. Without something like Dune, this would, for all intents and purposes, be very close to a black box, right? And only people that have like a certain level of skill would be able to actually extract the truth from the chain. So Dune is an incredibly powerful tool that allows a much larger number of people to go and actually access the truth about what is happening in the world, at least the on-chain world around them. And then, going back to Fredrik's talk from this morning, imagine that if we are to run, anywhere close to 1% of the world's transactions on these systems, then tools like that are incredibly important. It's incredibly important to be able to actually verify that an event happened, right? A financial transaction involving companies, but it might be a financial transaction involving nation states that has repercussions that could send countries into crisis mode for several years, a decade, 2 decades, and so on, because these financial transactions happen behind closed doors, right? And perhaps this is a good segue to talk to you about what we're doing at Rated, which is the company that I founded, which we're going one level deeper, and our mission is to bring this level of transparency at the infrastructure layer of chains, starting with Ethereum, right? If we are to have 1% or more of the world's transactions run on these chains, I cannot imagine a world, or I don't want to live in a world, where there is no transparency in the machine set that actually secures all this value and is responsible for progressing the chain forward, right? And we recently announced our seed round, led by the king of the Dune leaderboard, Richard Chen, at Huang Confirmation, which is like one more great sort of testament of the Dune community and like the great moments that it can bring to you if you give to it what it deserves, and also Semantic, who is an early Dune backer, and so on. So there's like a lot of parallel threads here. So what we're building, we're calling Reputation for Machines, which is basically what it sounds like. Validators run this chain starting today, and these validators are composed together, validator-operator entities that make different decisions about how they handle transactions. Some perform better, some perform worse. And we're basically seeking to bring a much higher level of transparency than currently available to the world. And the grand vision is that with this level of transparency and this level of available data about these machines and how these machines perform, we can help also drive a lot more innovation in sort of the financial products market that relates to the infrastructure space, thereby increasing the security profile of the base layer of these networks, but just driving a lot more capital. In proof of stake, as you know, capital is one of the two functions that feed into the security algorithm. We are also getting out of V0 that we've been in for the last 6 months, and we're launching V1 this month. We've already released some merge-ready features on our current dashboard, but this is actually being sunset, and we're introducing very soon a new and improved network operator explorer where you can just go and explore what Lido is doing, what Coinbase is doing, how these pools are distributed, how they've been performing, how they handle MEV, how they handle fees, which relayers they're subscribed to, and a bunch of other information that relates to how these operators are set up. And we're also hiring. So if you're interested in learning more about what we do, and why not maybe potentially joining us in this mission of ours, come talk to me. I'm at Elias Simos on Twitter. My DMs, I think, are open. or shoot us an email at join@rated.network. This is us. Thank you. Cool. All right. We have some time for questions, Q&A. Any takers? Cool. All right. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Elias. That was great. Before we continue with the rest of the speakers and a few announcements, I was informed that there is this merged data challenge, and since this is merge day, this is an interesting opportunity. So the Ethereum Foundation is sponsoring a merged data analysis and data visualization challenge, and I think the awards go up to $30,000. So if there are wizards in this room, if there are wizards outside of this room that are watching us live, I think that's something interesting that you should consider, especially if you're a pro or maybe if you want to upskill yourself. That's the one announcement. But now continuing with the schedule, we have, I think, Andrew Huang on the other room, who's going to be talking about leveraging your data communities. So if you're interested in that, you can go right next door. And here, we're going to talk about governance in data. And we're going to have a few great people from GitHub DAO to talk about that. So stay tuned, and we'll be back in 3-4 minutes. Thank you.
Baby, you're just the way, just the way, just the way I like. You're just the way, just the way, just the way I like. You're just the way, just the way, just the way I like. You're just the way, just the way, just the way I like.
I like a smart girl taking chances. A Beatles t-shirt and glasses. Probably drove here in a Volvo. Got a dog in the car named Ringo. Do that weird dance I like. Throw horns while I rock the mic. You know this ain't music for the masses. You don't want no backstage passes. When the show's over, can I leave with you? We can listen to records and talk some truth. Tonight you're mine and I like it that way. My indie girl from around the way.
Baby, you're just the way, just the way, just the way I like.
Rock the mic.
You're just the way, just the way, just the way I like. You're just the way, just the way, just the way.
Welcome back, everyone. How are we feeling for the last session on the breakout stage? Lovely, thank you, thank you. So now we'll have Andrew Huang to talk about leveraging your data communities. Andrew is one of the OG in the data analytics education space. In fact, he's actually the first person that I talked to onboard me to the crypto data space. So let's give it up to Andrew.
Thank you. Testing. Is this working? It's working. Okay. Hey everyone. Wow, that's an echo. My name is Andrew Huang. Nice to see all these friendly faces here. And it's weird not talking to a camera for once. But yeah, I've been in the crypto space for a few years, mostly doing data across places like Consensus, Mirror, currently just freelancing around. And I really want to talk to you today about how you can leverage your data community, specifically if you're like a protocol or team that has just launched something and you're trying to go from 0 to 1. The right way is not just sending out 3 tweets saying there's a bounty and hoping that people will come and help you with your analytics. It's a good way to have either bad dashboards or no dashboards. So I know we're all kind of tired, but this should be a pretty lightweight, fun conversation. So I'm going to cover 3 things specifically here. Number 1 is understanding Web3 analytics pipelines. Hopefully by now you kind of understand how Dune tables work. If not, I'll still walk through that pretty quickly. Second is collaborating with Dune wizards or data wizards. There's a lot of types of wizards, and it's helpful to kind of know who to reach out to for what. And third is going to be how to make wizard lives easier. There's a lot of protocols that don't do a good job of thinking about data analysis when they're deploying protocols, and they miss events or have empty events or worse. That'll be a fun section where I just talk about do's and don'ts. So let's get into it. So Web3 analytics pipelines. I'm sure some of you have seen, I don't have a thing here. I'm sure some of you have seen this diagram, right? This is the Web2 modern data stack. It's a combination of event streaming, storing a bunch of CSV files and kind of random databases into a warehouse. And then you have some teams that hopefully make that data cleaner so that you can make your cool machine learning models and cool dashboards and whatnot. Web3, it kind of still uses the same tech underneath, but because we all use this standardized data set, we're all contributing to the same pipeline at once, right? So step 1 of that is Dune-based tables. Again, hopefully you all know this by now, but there's main tables for knowing all blocks that are mined, who's mining those blocks, when they were mined. There's contract deployments. There's event logs. Again, events are emitted whenever someone executes a transaction, like swapping on Uniswap. There's internal transactions, which is when a contract calls another contract. That data is also stored. And then there's transaction data, which is just the first level of data that you see on Etherscan whenever you've submitted a transaction. And if you've never submitted a transaction and you're trying to get into Web3, please submit a transaction first so you kind of know what you're playing with. All these are mainly connected by transaction hash, as well as other columns, but that's the main one you can think of as in terms of like, oh, how are these tables even related? And with the V2 engine, you can query across almost every EVM chain that's relevant right now, and Solana. So that's powerful, and I don't know of any other engine that lets you do that. Decoded tables, these are tables that are kind of built off of the contracts that have been submitted. Anyone can submit a contract from Etherscan, like just take the address, plug it into the decoder in your Dune profile, and the tables will populate in about a day or so. It's not magic. It's actually fairly simple, and then you can query the table just like this. It's just the name of the protocol and then the event or function that you're trying to look into, right? So these all exist as different tables. And hopefully for anyone who attended Megan's session earlier on Spellbook, then you should know that we have these aggregated tables as well that have all NFT trades or all DEX trades across chains. And those are built up by combining various parts of decoded tables and base tables in magical ways so that we can have higher fidelity aggregated data to query off of, and that makes wizard lives easier, right? Yeah, you have labels, prices, who's holding what ERC20 or ERC721 tokens, and more. Anyone with a GitHub account can add to Spellbook. There's no kind of gatekeeping to any of this, so don't be afraid to contribute. We're all fairly nice. So that gets us back to that first diagram I was showing earlier. What's the Web3 analytics pipeline look like, right? So you have ingestions, you have bronze, silver, and gold tables, and then you have outputs, which are either API queries, ad hoc analysis, dashboards, or research and models. What's really important to note here is that this gets more and more manual and more specialized as you go left to right, and there are less wizards kind of within each specific level here and within protocol types, which is, I think, why Web3 analytics takes a lot longer to kind of mature in some sense, because we all have to be like, oh, there's this cool new protocol that came out. There has to be at least one or two people that understand it, and then those two people have to convince the maintainers basically that this is the right way to add to these gold tables before it gets the output. So it's not some super simple stuff where it's like, oh, it's decoded, it should just be into the gold standard within a day, right? So hopefully that all makes sense. That's just level setting so you kind of know what's the pipeline we're working with here. Next, I'm going to cover what kinds of wizards there are and how you can try to engage and collaborate with them. So for types of wizards, let's start with data analysts. I think you typically have like Etherscan navigators, people who kind of know how to filter events, how to filter functions. They should be fairly familiar with Etherscan in general. I like to think of this category more as like business development, business analysts who kind of have an understanding of the protocol. They're kind of going about their day-to-day, and they just need to check things on chain once in a while. The next level above that is you have wizards, which is kind of the term we're most familiar with. They know how to work with more complex contract patterns. They should know the difference between like L1, L2 chains. They're probably SQL experts at some level. And then we get into data engineering. So RPC raters, these are people who know how to work with JSON RPC clients from different types of clients. They can work with mempool data, and they know how to kind of organize all of this data into a nice data engineering pipeline. Now you have Arch wizards, who are the ones who are contributing to the Spellbook. They typically, on top of knowing how to manage complex data transformations, they typically have some sort of like protocol expertise within either like NFTs, DAOs, or DeFi. So you can basically ask them about like any protocol in their domain, and they'll basically be able to be like, oh yeah, I know that they're doing X, Y, Z. They're probably upgrading to this. This is how they're compared. And this is why like the data looks different between like LooksRare and OpenSea, or why they look exactly the same. Third one, this is kind of the most rare right now, I would say, is like the data science category. I think you have token engineers, which are people who are on the protocol team, and they not only understand the protocol well, but they also understand how to think about, okay, if the protocol does X, Y, Z, how do I use token incentives or token mechanisms to kind of tie into that? Whereas sourcers are the ones who are kind of more external, but they're helping out with...
I'm a super fan of Tally, but we needed to customize the experience. We needed to make it forkable and to share as a public good to the community. So Dune was the tool to use, was the platform. Get things done and great. Here you can see the proposals that the stewards participating in the governance vote. On top, the total number of proposals, active, it's in voting, no filed, rejected, and the number of passed proposals. In the case of budget proposal. This means that Treasury is flowing the GTC to the work streams. Below, we have some metrics about participations, unique voters, casted votes. And this visual is very interesting. It shows a common pattern in most of the visuals that our project showcased. No? The thing is the engagement. When we started the project, this end of March, beginning of April, and we started to discuss, to show the dashboards to the community, then the participation increased. You can see here some up and downs, but the participation increased. No? And that's it to me to the first slide. What does it mean, governance in data? It means accountability, transparency, education, and engagement. In the case of a DAO, the more engagement, the more decentralization. So this is very important. Here we have two tables about the interactions of stewards, how many proposals created, and how voted, and how many votes casted. Fred later will go deep dive on this, on one use case. Here, this is a widget, an informative widget. It's about deep dive on the Governor Alpha smart contract. It's like the terms and conditions of the DAO in the regions. Here, two tables about some methods that you have to call to get the funds unlocked from the Treasury to the work streams once a proposal is passed. And, well, we see here that the Treasury delivers linearly GTC tokens to the time lock. But here it is a challenge that we have prepared for you. The thing is, in this visual, you see that in the beginning, only a few times a method was called. This method unlocks GTC tokens to the time lock, then to the work streams to pay contributors. So, well, the thing is, you see that until April, no one called this method. It was thanks to these dashboards that people get the information and reacts. So, well, this seems that it happens again, no? So our challenge is, let's find this method, and let's see if before the Q&A ends, you have found and you have spent some gas fees on after the merge, and, well, make happy the community of Bitcoin DAO unlocking these GTC tokens. So please, Fred, go ahead with the next slide.
All right, so the next dashboard is what we call the governance and financial overview of Gitcoin. So this is divided into two parts. I won't be able to go over everything, but I'll go over the things I think are most vital. So at the very top here, we can see the total amount of DTC holders, the total amount of delegators, stewards, and GTC delegated to governance. In the visual here to the left, we see that the amount of GTC being delegated to governance are increasing over time, which I think are a sign of a trust in the DAO and a healthy DAO overall. To the right, we can see the stewards in terms of the amount of GTC delegated to each steward. And we can also see the number of delegators for each steward. So not only can we see the top stewards in terms of like their percentage in governance, but also how many delegators does each steward have. Scrolling down a bit further, we can see the GTC for each steward over time. And on the left here in absolute terms, and then on the right, something I think is super interesting to look at, like in relative terms, so in percentage-wise. You can see in the beginning of the DAO, the OG Gitcoiners were having a vast majority, an absolute majority of all the GTC being delegated. But then as the DAO matures and more work streams, more stewards join as contributors, we can see a decentralization effect almost of like more and more of DTC are being trusted for these stewards within the community rising up to the position. So that's amazing to see. At the bottom here is like a snapshot of today. So like how many stewards basically are needed to reach a certain threshold of percentage of the DTC delegated. So the magical number is of course 50%, right? So like how many stewards, what's the minimum amount of stewards you need to all agree on one thing to have like over 50% and like being able to have a majority swing the vote. And that's currently 9, which is going down over time, as we can see. So hopefully this graph is also being flattened as we can continue on into this second year of Gitcoin now. I'm going to scroll past a couple of these tables and visuals and go into the financial aspect of Gitcoin. Here we can see the amount of DTC in the multisig of the work streams. And as I mentioned earlier, Gitcoin uses seasons, so we can see a sudden uptick for almost all work streams at certain intervals, and then linearly decreasing over seasons until the next season starts. We can also see in relative terms how big the work streams are relative to each other, and how some work streams are growing over time, and some work streams are decreasing over time in terms of funding. So this is both GTC, right? But we can also look at stable coins. So in the beginning, there were only, I guess, 2 work streams who had like a stable coin, a treasury diversification strategy they used. But then over time, as both like the DAO and the work stream matures, but also of course like the bear market or whatever, the tough times require some kind of diversification into stable coins to make sure that we can compensate contributors fairly. And we can actually see that most work streams are using somewhat of a similar allocation, somewhat of a similar strategy for treasury diversification into stablecoins as well. Further down here is a couple of, like this is just the current amount of DTC, the current amount of stablecoins being DAI, USD, T, and USDC for each work stream respectively. And then at the very bottom here, we have a cool stat that, yeah, Ivan, do you want to talk about this?
Yes, thank you, Fred. These wallets were used to display the flow from treasury to work stream to contributors. So I encourage you that check the queries, check the dashboards, and, well, start some of them. No fake stars, please. But, well, the thing is, these are the metric. It's a big kudos for the Gitcoin DAO community. Token holders, contributors, work stream leads, stewards. So how many companies can scale from 0 to more than 350 contributors in a year or less? I think that not many. So this is a big kudos. And with this, we finish the dashboards, and Fred will talk about challenges and use cases. So
yes, let's go back to the slides. I'm going to mention a couple of cool use cases.
Yes.
Let's see.
Yes. We have finished the dashboard.
Coordination. Awesome. All right, so a couple of additional use cases besides just going to the Dune dashboards and checking out all of these cool visuals. I've led a couple of other products within Gitcoin to make sure that Gitcoin is as transparent and democratic as possible. One of those products are something we call the Steward Health Cards. And the way I see it, these cards kind of go hand in hand with the dashboards. The cards are more focused on off-chain data of each steward individually and their engagement and activity within the DAO. So you can see stats such as forum activity, workstream involvement, snapshot participation, and so on. But like something we're very excited to soon launch is what we call workstream cards. The goal of these cards is to provide like a live overview of each workstream and their history. So like this is one of the workstream, but like imagine having all of the workstream being represented with these cards and being able to compare them against each other side by side. So like not only will these display these embedded DTC and embedded stablecoin graphs, but we're also actually been fortunate enough to try out the Dune API and experiment a bit with the Dune API. So you can see a couple of things there that we're able to render as well. So the current amount of DTC, the current amount of stablecoins, as well as in the lower left corner, like the previous budgets, when they were transferred and how much were transferred, and as well as this cool metric of like all-time contributors. How many people have actually been compensated from this workstream over time? So super excited about launching these soon and using the Dune API to do so. And this, as a final note for this whole presentation, and something I very much love about both these cards, which are of course open source, but even more so the dashboards, is that they can be seen as somewhat of almost see them function as somewhat of a starter kit for DAOs that want to increase transparency and help their contributors quickly get up to speed. So with that, I would like to conclude the presentation part of this. And again, thanks Dune for inviting us and setting this up. Thank you.
Well, it's time for Q&A. If you have any questions, happy to answer here. And if not, you can contact us. We are very responsive and happy to be in contact with you. So thank you again.
Actually, I have a question. Sorry. Can you share any ways that you have found that can help make the contributors in general, delegators, anyone more informed about the data that you create here? Like, do you know that they are in fact reading this analysis? Like, is there a way to make sure that the education and the transparency that you provide here does reach them? And if so, I'd love to learn more about that.
Yeah, for sure. So maybe if we can go back to this computer and the dashboards. Like, it's always hard to,
maybe we can activate it.
Like, it's always hard for causation correlation, right? Like, what's the reason we see this decentralization effect of who people are delegating their DTC to? But I would like to think that these dashboards play part of that role, making sure that maybe the OG Gitcoiners shouldn't have that much say in the protocol going forward, but we should redelegate to these up-and-coming, very active community members that rise to the challenge, become stewards and work from these and so on. So I guess that's one takeaway, that you can maybe say these dashboards are helping decentralize the governance aspect. And then the delegators are being represented by their stewards, right? So this is a way for them to see how engaged the stewards are really, and if they should redelegate. So yeah, I guess does that answer your question? Cool.
Hello. Okay. Thank you for the presentation. I have a question if the stewards or delegates are compensated for their work for the DAO.
Yeah, excellent question. So we have this concept of the steward council at Gitcoin. Basically what that is that the most engaged, most active stewards are invited to sit on the steward council kind of board. And this is updated each season through these steward cards. So the steward cards aggregate the information and you get a health score. If you have above 8 in health, you're invited to sit on the steward council, and those stewards are compensated. But as you could see in the first dashboard, we have I think 6,000 stewards, or like 4,000 stewards. So stewards that aren't actively engaging aren't getting compensated. It's a, yeah. But then, of course, like if a steward is involved with a project or leading a work stream, you are compensated by the work stream.
I had one question. So this is a great dashboard, by the way, very informative as to DAO statistics and stuff like that, like the Gitcoin DAO statistics. But to what extent do you see yourself using it for Gitcoin grants or for Gitcoin bounties as well?
Yes.
Is it also an application for Dune?
Yes, that's a good question. The thing is, well, it is something on progress about Bitcoin grants, but we have not the problem, but we have information of payments on Ethereum, on Polygon, but not in, like me, are using the checkout from Zcash, no? So, well, I think this is up to all the community, no? The thing is, Dune is really exciting. I started in 2021 with Idea Market, a bounty from Gitcoin, no? So, well, the thing is, it's a push, an effort from all the community, no? So, well, we need some inputs to make it. If you deliver a dashboard which is not complete, maybe you can create some incomplete information, no? So, well, this is my point of view.
Any other questions? Well, if not, let's give a very big round of applause for Ivan and Fred. Awesome. So we're almost done. We're going to bring it full circle. We started with Fred and Mats a few hours ago now, and we're going to get back to them in a few minutes. We're going to have a founder interview and an AMA that's going to be led by Gabriele. So we're super, super excited about that, and see you in a very bit. Thanks a lot.
And all the smoke in the sky got me feeling so blue. Burning down the city while I'm here with you. Smoke in the sky and I'm holding you tight. Because I love the way we synchronize. We synchronize. Let the moment crystallize. Don't think twice.
Shake your body, don't stop. Falling behind, then you better catch up. From the hill to the top, north to south, all the kids in the back, now listen out. A revolution is only begun. Now move No matter who you are or where you're from, move to the mood of the music, let it be as one. Listen up, show the world that you can't stop. Now hold your head high and put your hands up. And if you miss your shot, take it back, start again, reinvent and just get back up. Don't stop, because everything to stand up, leave it behind you, dance till you drop. You know you want to. Just get up to the beat of the drum. Let the music play, let the beat make it triple go away. Now let the sunshine forget yesterday. 'Cause we're living, you are living in the sunshine today. Now let the band play, leave life behind, forget your mistakes. 'Cause now we're living in the sunshine today. And we live just to get you started on the day. Don't stop, because everyone to stand up, feel the rhythm behind you, dance till you drop. You know you want to. Just give it up to the beat of the drum of the tune. Don't stop, because everyone to stand up, feel the rhythm behind you, dance till you drop. You know you want to. Just give it up to the beat of the drum of the tune. Let the music play, let the beat make it triple go away. Now let the sunshine forget yesterday. 'Cause we're living, you are living in the sunshine today. Now let the band play, leave life behind, forget your mistakes. 'Cause now we're living in the sunshine today. And we live just to get you started on the day. Don't stop, because everyone to stand up, feel the rhythm behind you, dance till you drop. You know you want to. Just give it up to the beat of the drum of the tune. Because everyone to stand up, feel the rhythm behind you, dance till you drop. You know you want to. Just give it up to the beat of the drum of the tune.
line that divides us. Beat it before this time, we'll make it alright. Put your feet on the floor, standing in a river that's dry to the bone. See the warm air rising, distorting everything that we are. I can feel it, can you feel it? Look into the heavens to show. Pushing off to a place where we think we can move. It's time to lay back. Higher and higher in spirals, turning in circles inside us. Crossing the line that divides us. Beating before this time, we'll make it alright. Higher and higher in spirals, turning in circles inside us. Crossing the line that divides us. Beating before this time, we'll make it alright. Higher and higher in spirals, turning in circles inside us. Crossing the line that divides us. Beating before this time, we'll make it alright. Higher and higher in spirals, turning in circles inside us. Crossing the line that divides us. Beating before this time, we'll make it alright.
So hello everyone again. This is the last that you'll hear from me today. So thank you for your patience with my very Greek accent. We have our final and, in my opinion, probably most heartfelt event for the day. And this is an interview and an AMA with the two founders of Dune, Fredrik and Mats, which will be led by Mario Gabriele, the founder of the Generalist. So please join me in giving them a very big round of applause for making all of this dream now a reality.
Whoops. Awesome. Well, amazing to be with you guys here today.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. As was mentioned, I'm Mario. I'm the founder of The Generalist. I had the good fortune of writing about Dune and getting to know Fredrik and Mats through that process. And yeah, you two obviously need no introduction in this context. I'd love to start out just by sort of revisiting history a little bit, which, if I remember correctly, Dune really started 4 years ago in Berlin, right?
Basically, yes. I think the company was, like, on paper, founded like 3rd of September. And I think ETH Berlin 2018 was something around the 10th of September. So basically, exactly 4 years ago, yes.
Got it. So I'm curious, 4 years later, one, how does it feel to go from founders who have just put their company on paper to this? And also, like, why this place? How did you guys choose this as the venue for DuneCon?
Well, I can answer the first part of that question. It feels pretty surreal to be here, surrounded by the community that we help steward. Being back in Berlin is, it's a really special place. I forgot to mention in the sort of opening ceremony, but I'm a big fan of Club Mate, and just being surrounded by it every day is fantastic.
Yes, as for this venue, I think we in general care a lot about sort of what we do and want it to feel right in addition to sort of function right. So it was important for us to have a place that we kind of feel like we could identify with. And there's a lot of cool things that's been going on in this building. For one, well, maybe not so cool per se, but it was the broadcasting headquarters of the East Germany and the Soviets and sort of a propaganda machine, which of course is in a way an interesting contrast to how we think about open information and letting anyone access whatever data and be critical as opposed to sort of getting top down told what's going on. And then it's also like an important cultural venue. So just like next week, there's an amazing pianist called Nils Fram that's playing here. One of my favorite electronic artists, Fortet, had a DJ set here, or like a set here that's recorded, and you can find it on Spotify. So I feel like it has a lot of all those aspects that we love to have baked into what we do and make it personal and make it something beautiful in addition to just getting people in a room, but also do it in the right way.
Yeah, for someone who loves and appreciates music as much as you do, I feel like it must be cool to be like, yeah, I'm taking the same space up as Fortet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think he was standing right here.
Yeah. So one of the things that I always thought was like particularly interesting about Dune when I got to hear the story from you guys was just how much grinding you guys had to do in the early days. And I think probably a lot of folks have already heard the fundraising story, how many no's you had to go through to get to a yes, and the sort of gritty things you had to do to get Dune off the ground. And so I'm curious, like as you reflect back, what were some of the things that you did that didn't scale but were super important?
Where to start? A few of the speakers have alluded to our, I guess, obsession with Telegram and just being really close to the early users. If you ask the current Dune team today, they'll all say that I don't have any notifications on any applications, with the exception of one application and one user, which I had on Telegram, Theo, who's now the leader of Uniswap Labs. It's an early user that would message me Friday night, 11 p.m. on the dot with a query that would not execute on Dune. And I would, without a single sort of gap in Fridays, have to go in and fix that. And I rewrote his query, and then he could publish his research. And I guess Fredrik, you did the same for Elias and others.
Yeah, there was a lot of Telegram, essentially, and just being obsessive about letting people get their queries right. It's essentially just customer support,
Yep.
right? So it's not too glamorous in a way, but I think it wasn't like a deliberate strategy or anything like that. It was just like, oh, these people, we were grateful for them trying out our tool. Many of them didn't even know SQL, so they were like trying to learn, and we were just excited to have people work on it, and got excited to sort of jump in and try to figure out how to get these queries working. So yeah, I think there's you kind of have to have some passion for making people succeed with your product, and when it's hard, you can go in and sort of manually patch it along the way, and it took us further than we would have imagined, I think.
Yeah, I remember Theo told me that you were giving him like weekly SQL lessons.
Yes.
to get him up and running.
Initially, he was like, I don't know SQL, can I get this stuff in Excel? And we were like, no, but we can learn you SQL. We'll sort of brute force SQL upon you. And we literally had a recurring call once a week where he would,
very hands-on customer acquisition.
Yeah.
Like, you will learn this.
Yes.
as you mentioned, there is a lot of no's, right? And part of the reasoning behind the no's is that having a product that requires users to write SQL sounds insane. And I think we really wanted to prove that SQL is the language of data, and it's actually the best interface that you can have. But that did mean teaching some people how to write it. And I mean, I like to think of ourselves as having a big part in bringing SQL back to life, as sort of making a new generation of SQL programmers, the wizards. Yeah.
The fact that we're here today at all, I think, also speaks to one of Dune's other strengths, which is community. And I think it's a topic that lots of people talk about, but it's not necessarily easy to articulate what makes a great community, how do you nurture it. How do you guys think about nurturing Dune's community today, and how has that evolved over the course of the company?
Yeah, your DMs definitely don't scale to thousands of users. That's for sure. Yeah, I think what we've succeeded in is to bring the spirit that we had in the beginning to a wider audience and to people sort of coming along and learning and then paying it forward. And I think that, I think as Mats touched upon in his talk earlier this morning, that you don't really have a community if people are not interacting with each other. If you just have a bunch of people that care, that's great. But a community means that these folks need to have a relationship with each other. And I think that is something we've sort of managed to foster. And I think it's also important that they're working on Dune is proof of work, as Elias said in his talk just recently. And so it's not like you can't just sort of show up because then sort of you're not sort of that useful, right? So everybody has to put in some work, and it's quite easy to sort of filter out when you look in the Discord, is this person trying or not really? Are they just oh, can someone solve this problem for me? Or are they okay, let me try if you give me a little bit of input, right? So I think that is quite powerful, and maybe something that, since a lot of these communities in crypto are more liquid, it's easier to, be in and out of it, you don't get that same sort of stickiness because the people that do bother to learn sort of, have leveled up and have this sort of powerful skill set and then stick around.
We also talk a lot about, I think in this space, how crypto can create new opportunities for people. And it strikes me that Dune might be one of the most concrete examples of that, where you're, as we heard from some of the wizards earlier, giving people the chance to have different types of employment. I'm curious, how do you see that pipeline evolving?
Yeah, I guess it was incredibly rewarding to hear the wizard panel here. People who have used Dune and landed incredible jobs in the space. A few other folks came up to me today and said, I have a job because of Dune, which is insane. First of all, because you have a job because of yourself and the proof of work that you did, but it's also incredibly rewarding.
Yeah, it kind of gets to something very interesting, I think, about the fact that all of this is so public in this proof of work, right? It seems very unlikely someone would go up to, Bill Gates and be like, I have a job because of Excel. Thank you so much.
Well, that's probably true, though.
I know.
For a lot of folks.
Kind of is. Thank you for Word.
But I think it's one thing that's exciting about how wizards get jobs in this space is that obviously there's a limited amount of developers in the world, and everybody wants to hire developers, and they have this thing called GitHub where you have a profile and you can show your work, and that's essentially all you need to get a good job if you're good. And I think what's exciting is that Dune is complicated enough that you need to have some proficiency and show some work to be good at it. But it is accessible to way more people than could ever sort of get into the command line and start sort of building something from that. So it opens up opportunities for a lot of people that are willing to just roll up their sleeves. And obviously, there's a lot of very smart sort of business people that don't necessarily exactly know the skills, but can learn pretty quickly and become very, very powerful. Like if you can do some SQL, like you can figure out arbitrary things about what's happening in data, and that the fact that people can then, in a similar way that sort of GitHub has helped developers, you can just go on Dune, you can write some stuff, you can learn, and that's your CV. And that could sort of meaningfully expand the opportunities you have. That I think is super, super duper exciting.
Yeah, speaking of opening up access to this data, today was obviously a big day in that you guys launched the API. I know that when we talked, that was a big focus and something that was on the horizon. I would love to just hear you guys tell us a little bit of what it took to get here, and how do you now start to think about scaling usage and managing that over the next few months?
For sure. So I guess initially when we started building Dune, or when we first got some traction, we were reluctant to add an API to Dune because we felt that work that was done in the open on the Dune platform gave back more to the community. When people built dashboards on Dune, that had value for all the other users on Dune. And in our heads, if you took that data outside of Dune and built something else with it, we wasn't entirely sure if that was additive or subtractive to the community. I think we've since come around, and I think we saw some amazing examples today, like the tools that CowSwap has already built that is contributing back to what you can do with Dune. And the API really opens up what you can do with Dune. I mean, we're a small team. We're soon to be 50 people. And I think a small team needs to have focus. And building an API lets us do what we're good at, and it lets community members do what they're good at, which is using this data for fantastic things that we probably couldn't even imagine. Yeah.
And I can add, in terms of the process, it's definitely been incredibly painful to you get a request every single day, like literally, you can go in our Discord, go on Twitter, and it's just like, Dune API, when Dune API, this would be useful, like, can I have API access, like, day in and day out. And it's definitely been, very much a great pain to sort of deep down, we want to build something useful, and we try to, we think, I think one of the sort of things we've done right is to not overcomplicate things relative to, the traditional startup world, and just be relentless about building something useful. So, it's been really painful not to have this API out earlier, but we also care a lot about making good long-term decisions, and we've wanted to build it in a way that makes it more scalable and doesn't just sort of break out the gate. And there's a lot of things happening underneath the surface that makes means this needs to handle a lot of traffic in at our scale. As Mats said this morning, like we're doing 10 million SQL queries executions a month, which is like a significant scale already. So that's part of why it's been sort of not coming out before, and that has been painful. But we always try to make decisions that sort of makes the most sense for the longer term.
One of Dune's other sort of key characteristics in my mind is like a really strong sense of taste, and I think you definitely feel it at this event, right? Like everything has been really thought through. The lanyards are this wood engraving, the swag. You got the socks, the Dune lookbook. I'm curious, like what you guys think that taste is, if you had to describe it, and where do you find sort of inspiration, particularly from the business world, in terms of like that aesthetic and sense of quality?
So I think one thing that I've always found sort of weird is how there are all these sort of barriers between different sort of sectors and segments that sort of humans have created. Like, you know, there's something called art, there's something called business, and there's something called, you know, education, whatever. And all of those have like their different sort of ways of working and whatnot. And you know, a lot of people, you know, go to their workplace and sort of indulge in that culture, and then like they go home and they're like, oh, like I actually love art, and you know, all of these. And you go and look at memes on the internet and whatnot, right? I've always found sort of that line like weird. Like, why not just like do whatever is fun, whenever, all the time? Like, why not just like have as much fun as possible? Why make it sort of boring and uptight and all these things when you know, there's so many fun things to explore in the world and across all domains. And so I think we've just embraced that, you know, well, let's like have fun, and also I think this part about sort of integrity and passion really matters, because like if you want to make the most of life, like you should sort of feel genuine interest in everything you do. And like I care about, like, we're a $1 billion company, and I still like, I'm hands on our swag. Like nothing gets done without me looking at it, because I'm like, it needs to feel correct. And that's simply because like I hate it if like I get handed a T-shirt that's just like shitty and ugly. And I think, you know, we just aspire to do inspiring things with the product, with the community, with these events, or with whatever we do, and just put passion into it.
You know, it's I talked to a founder earlier this week that I think shares a lot of your DNA, and the way that they described their work was as pragmatic art, which I thought was a really good articulation of that style of building. And they sort of made the comparison of also to, you know, a bridge. You could make a bridge that is pure concrete and, you know, nothing to look at, but people put the time to make this beautiful structure. And yeah, I think Dune has that sort of like pragmatic art feel to it. It does something extremely useful, but has taste. You know, you guys have worked together for so long now. In some respects, I'm sure you know each other better than almost anyone else does. What are the sort of unique traits that, you know, Fredrik, you would say Mats has, and Mats, you would say Fredrik has?
I'll start. I've thought a lot about Fredrik after working with him for 4.5 years. Today, the word that comes to mind after my talk is shamelessness. And it brings me back to the first Berlin, where we were like first East Berlin, when we were walking around East Berlin with a notebook where Fredrik had hand-drawn charts. And we were pitching people. Do you want?
I was pitching. You were
pitching. I was standing like this in the background.
You were pitching people hand-drawn charts?
Yeah, like, do you want this for your protocol? Like, look, this is like your users over time. And I was so embarrassed. And that sort of relentless,
I gotta say, I start to understand why you got some no's.
Yeah, so I guess I had to build, because I was so embarrassed by like all the things that he was selling. And
yeah, we had like we were 1 week in, had maybe a couple of lines of code, if anything, and I pitched the hand-drawn charts. I had to fight both to get the customers and to let this guy let me actually do it. So I had to fight on all fronts to go pitch the thing. But yeah.
Good on you. You stuck with it. That is definitely a thing that doesn't scale. You hand drawing if you're doing track.
Yeah, definitely not.
What would you say is something that is particularly unique about Mats?
I think Mats is really good at focusing, which is something that's incredibly hard when you build any company, I think, but maybe in particular for Dune, because Dune has quite a big surface area, and we have all this infrastructure, all this data flowing in, different blockchains and all that, and then you have this sort of analytics layer and interface and whatnot to explore this data. And then you have the whole social component, and people have profiles, and you have content discovery, and so it's a lot of things going on at the same time. And that also inevitably leads us to wanting to do a lot of great things on all fronts. And I think this is something that it just takes a lot of time to learn. I think we keep thinking that we need to be more focused, but Mats is really good at that, and really trying to having that discipline to take things off the table. Could probably still, as a company, get better at it. I think, but I think that is really valuable, and always asking can we take something out? Can we sort of do one thing first? Yeah.
Amazing. Well, we're into sort of the last 10 minutes here or so. I wonder if we should open it up to the audience for questions.
Is there something you would do differently if you could go back a couple of years?
Release the API a little bit earlier, maybe? I guess the downside of focus is that you have to choose what not to do. And on that list was the Dune API for a long time. And a lot of other things that you all want from Dune, right? And thank you, by the way, for listening to my request this morning, to speaking out to the Dune team. We now have a long list of requests and feedback that we can work with. That's been amazing. Probably going to have to say no to a bunch of them, realistically, but yeah. What would you do different?
I think we probably should have started hiring a little bit earlier. I think we spent a little over 2 years before we hired the first team member. And it took us a while to sort of get off the ground with the hiring. I think it was very useful for us to be very lean in the beginning, so we could survive and be cheap and change direction if needed and these things. But I think we maybe could have seen earlier that we were actually onto something, and maybe should have started to hire a little bit. I think it's only about 1.5 years ago since I stopped replying to the support requests that we get to support@dune.com, which probably was a little bit late. Yeah.
Do you guys have any moment at the beginning or at some point during your journey where you guys thought to yourself, holy shit, people are actually going to use this. This is actually going to work out?
Yeah, we had a good session at DappCon in 2019, so basically 3 years ago. So 1 year into founding Dune, we held a workshop at DappCon here in Berlin. And I think we had really no idea if anyone would show up or care or anything like that. And it was a classroom at the university. I think there was 25 people in the room. We're very excited because Amin from Spank Chains and various other legendary projects showed up. So that was, I think, a great sort of moment to actually see that people were building on it, and both technical and non-technical users. And it does really, as I said this morning, hit a bit differently when it's in person. It can be hard to see some numbers on a screen and see some users online, but when you actually go and see oh, there's this group of people that using our thing, that's, yeah, pretty nice to see. Yeah.
Hi, thanks for the talk. Who are the competitors that you worry the most about? Is it crypto-specific data analytics providers, or is it Google waking up tomorrow deciding to do something you guys are doing. What do you think about the prospect of that?
So we honestly don't spend a lot of time thinking about competitors. It's actually something we find quite important to not obsess over. Ever since we started, there's been a ton of crypto data companies. The data is open, so it's like relatively obvious to do something. So it really is not something that we worry that much about or think about. We just want to solve problems. So I don't know if there's anything to mention in particular, but of course it's open data, very competitive. There are different angles. The space is still early, so I think it's we have to stay hungry and keep pushing forward and build the API. Like, admittedly, we were like a little late to get the API out, for instance. And so I think we're not sort of worried that much about it, but definitely there's a lot of different players, and we need to be the best in the world to keep surviving.
Thank you.
Hi. So just a bit about like your pathway to here. So has there ever been any moment where there was like this strong impulse to pivot because it was so hard, and how do you resist the desire to pivot because times are hard, and how do you deal with that?
I didn't quite catch that.
The question was if we were...
Well, there was like any instance where the original plan didn't exactly go as planned, and basically you felt like the need to pivot to be able to stay in the game.
I see.
And you managed to somehow stick to the original plan to be able to get where you are right now.
I guess pivot we have done a couple of times, at least once that comes to mind. So Dune started out as a pure B2B play. Like when we got started out, we brought crypto data into a Postgres database, and people paid for a connection string to that database. We had about a handful of customers, and we thought that was really good. We had revenue, and we were out pitching investors, some in this room probably, to no luck. And at the same time, we saw like this data being incredibly useful. There were sort of dashboard sites around, like, can't remember exactly which ones, like Loan Scan, and there was like different dashboards on the interweb that was using crypto data. And I remember we came to the conclusion that, let's just flood the world with dashboards. Let's be the ones, like, if all of this is open and free, why shouldn't we be the ones that bring it to the world? And that was sort of the first pivot, mini pivot at least, and that was over Christmas. I remember having some hard conversations with Fredrik, and in 2019 we started building what you now know as Dune.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. So my question revolves around the business model and the sustainability of the operation of Dune. So basically, I want to ask how the team sees the balance between Dune as a public good, or the data being a public good, and the position of Dune as an open source product or tool for user like me or for public to access. Because we can see that there's a battle for product like Nansen for being a little bit less accessible to the public because it goes subscription models. So I want to see how the Dune team sees this. And I see that the team has released a new tiered querying model today. So I just want to know more thoughts from the team to see how to generate revenue in the future and how sustainable it is.
Yeah, great question. So first of all, we've for a very long time had a paid product. So I think it's about 2.5 years ago since we launched like the paid tier that we still have today that we're luckily soon changing. So I think this model makes a lot of sense where we have a very, very powerful free product that anyone can use. That will always remain the case. And then eventually people demand more. Like we talked about earlier today, like there's so many that want performance. And so what we're doing is letting people pay for performance if they want that. And if they want to have things private or export the data, there will be a free tier of the API as well, but if you want to export a lot of data, it will be a paid tier. So I think we've found a model where anyone can use it for free, contribute, and have things out there. But if you want these extra features or want to do some proprietary work elsewhere or inside of Dune, then you pay for that. So we think this model it makes a lot of sense and is both sort of economically viable, but also compatible with sort of having this data open. And I think this is something that excites me a lot about Dune, is that this sort of business model incentivizes us to have all of this data. We don't think about us as selling access to data. We think about us as a tool. And if you want a more powerful tool, you can pay for that. But that doesn't mean that others can't get access. So we're not predicated on limiting anything. And it really is our incentive to let as many dashboards, as many data sets exist and have that flourish and be available to everyone. So, yeah. A good question, thanks.
Hi. So as Mari told that you guys are like very stylish because of, and I think like the style is basically about the balance. And I think like one of the greatest thing you done with Dune was basically, how you build the community of wizards. And I think you wouldn't be able to build the community of wizards without actually, using SQL as your like kind of like the language you use for querying the whole database. Because it kind of like puts some additional learning curve, and then you have like an engaging community, people who really want to go into the Dune. So I would love to hear the story about why did you choose SQL and, for example, not some fancy visual query builder?
Yeah, it's because SQL is the MVP. I mean, if you have a database, any database, or most databases, the interface is SQL, and it was like, couldn't really, it was just a two-man shop, so coming up with any other way of like building queries and dashboards would be incredibly difficult. So it was just a default choice, really, that stuck with us for all this time. And it was a great choice. SQL is the language of data. And I think the really interesting part, you touched upon it, is that SQL is maybe what made the proof of work in Dune, right? That little thing you had to learn in order to contribute, in order to be part of the community. And so in some weird way, having that little like obstacle that you had to overcome maybe means that you're a little bit more connected to Dune and the product, as opposed to like a drag and drop interface or something like that.
So we're out of time, so let's give a
do one more. Do one more for Hildebert over there.
Okay.
Hey there. Thanks again for getting me a job. But other than that, you mentioned this morning these new paid tiers. Are you willing to shed some light on those, or is it coming for later on what those include and what the differences are?
Yeah, so they're coming in November. We're working on them. And the sort of main benefit is performance, so that you can buy more performance. But it will also include private content within teams, so you can share and have things private within your team. There's going to be, sort of over time, query scheduling. It's also going to play with the API, so you can schedule queries and like get results through API. So yeah, and then we're planning to add more features over time. But I think the sort of headliner item out the gate is the performance. And as you saw, also excited to have a wider spectrum of price points, and sort of you can have $69 and you can get something pretty powerful from that. Or you can sort of go all the way up to 1337 or into the Call Us plan and get some ultra powerful stuff. So yeah, it's the performance thing I think is the most exciting, but also other things you would expect from a more fleshed out paid experience.
Do you want the buses?
Yes. So I think that's it for this venue. This was the last session of today. We have now an after party at a place called Dark Matter. It is very Berlin, I think. We have several amazing wizards that are, of course, polymaths that know different things, including amazing music. So there's going to be wizard DJs. There's going to be buses just outside or around the building. So you can grab a beer in the fridge on your way out, and you can hop on the bus. It's a little bit closer to the city center. And it's an amazing venue. There's going to be food there, so no need to worry about that. Yeah, so the party's going to continue, and then we can really, really celebrate the merge. I want to thank you all for coming today. It's been beautiful to see you all. We really, really appreciate you bothering to travel and spend time here. We really can't thank you enough, and looking forward to seeing you at Dark Matter. Thank you. Thank you.
Cheers.
Touch the sky.